A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. Oh, hello, Mrs. Jones. You're just in time.
Time for what?
Well, the organist and I want to put you through a musical quiz. A quiz about the 3 kinds of wash you have on wash day.
Oh, sounds like fun.
First, what's the name of this song?
That's I've been working on the railroad.
Right. Now, what kind of wash does it make you think of?
Oh, that's easy. It's work shirts and greasy overalls.
Correct. And now, what kind of wash does this song remind you of?
That's Jingle Bells.
Now...
Let's see. Winter...
What kind of wash?
Snow. Oh, the white pieces, maybe.
Right. Your towels and linens that you want white as snow. Now, tell me the name of this song and what kind of wash it describes.
Oh, that's 2 little girls in blue, isn't it?
Correct.
Let's see. Blue, color... Oh, I bet that means all the nicer colored washables.
That's it. Bright rayon dresses and slips. Okay, you've named all 3. And now, here's the big news about those 3 kinds of wash. There's one soap that does them all. It's Duz. D-U-Z.
What? You mean this does everything?
Yes, that's the amazing thing about this new kind of granulated soap. It does all 3 kinds of wash. Work shirts, towels, rayons, everything. Why, take those nicer colored washables we described with this song, remember? Well, Duz is far safer for all those fussy colors. Safer than any other leading granulated wash day soap.
Oh.
Yet remember those greasy work shirts? Well, Duz gets those work clothes really clean and without any hard scrubbing either.
Sounds good.
And for snowy white washes, say Duz gives you the genuine whiteness you want. Why, no soap made can beat Duz for getting towels and linens dazzling white. In fact, you've never seen whiter washes. Honestly, once you try Duz, you'll see it's a new kind of granulated soap.
Say, I've heard enough. I'm leaving.
Where are you going?
I'm going to get Duz. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. And remember, Duz does everything in your wash. And now, the Goldbergs. It was pleasant enough for Molly to watch her daughter drift down the pleasant incline of falling in love, but suddenly Molly was awakened with a crash. For she learned that Walter Jerome, the boy whom Rosie has picked in the secret of her heart, was engaged to someone else back in New York. And now Molly realizes that Rosie is actually in love with someone who can't possibly return that affection. It's a little frightening for Molly.
Stop biting your nails, Molly. Don't make a tragedy out of a molehill.
For me, Jake, if Rosalie's feelings are hurt, it's not a molehill.
If you think Rosie's going to go through life unhurt, then I'm sorry to say, Molly, you're not a wise mother.
Yeah. Well, I'm still here to protect her, Jake, if I can. I can try.
How sure are you that she is so inflamed with him?
Jake, darling, if I'm biting my nails...
Where is she?
Over by Lavella, doing her homework. And why is she by Lavella? So she can pass Dr. Cater's house and maybe see Walter Jerome. Oh, Jake, dear, please, my sweater.
You cold?
Just slightly.
Should I put a log on the fire?
Don't bother, darling. Don't bother, dear.
I have nothing against the boy, Molly. If Rosalie allowed herself
Allowed herself. Since when does the heart ask questions?
What's a person's head for, Molly?
Takes nearly a lifetime to know, Jay, darling, what a person's head for. Certainly not at 16. How wise was I, and how wise was you at 16?
Rosalie is nearly 17.
And how smart was I, and how smart were you at 17?
At 17, I was supporting myself. I was a man in the world.
But how wise was your head, darling, when it came to your heart?
I married you, Molly. That was wise enough, no?
Yes.
Here's your sweater, Molly.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If you're thinking, Molly, think loud. Let me know what you're thinking and we'll think together, not separately.
I'm thinking, Vic. I'm thinking of everything. Of everything. After all, Rosalie is not a baby. I saw that. Rosalie is a young woman. And Walter Jerome is a young man. The same story, darling. And if Rosalie stays, will she be able to help herself? If he's got a girl and if he's not got a girl. And if I tell her, if I'll say, Rosalie, don't see him, and if I'll say to him, don't come here, I mean, after all, and to say that there's another girl, I mean, can I hurt Rosalie that way?
Sometimes a clean cut is...
Sometimes. If Rosie, I don't know, if she could have a little time to think. Time to think without seeing Walter every day. Time to realize that liking is not loving. And that some loving is better if it remains only liking.
If you're still thinking of Florida, of sending Rosie to Tante Elke in Florida?
That would be better, Jake, than to Mrs. Bloom in New York. I think so, Jake.
That's further away from home, Molly.
So it's a little further away. Well, what time is it, Jake?
You're going to call?
I think Tante Elke will be home from the store now. I'll talk to her, huh, Jake?
Will Rosie want to go?
That's also a question.
Fine to do now.
Fine to do.
A good young man has no right to ask a girl to dance anyway.
He didn't ask her, she asked him.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for Tante Elke's number.
Mrs. Sherman, Daytona Beach, that's all?
Mrs. Sherman, Daytona Beach,
That's all? That's all?
Oh, all right. Hello?
What are you going to say?
Long distance, please.
Why we are sending her is our business.
Who done's business? I'll tell Tante Elke. Long distance, please.
Daytona Beach, Florida.
Just 1 minute. Daytona Beach, Florida. I want Mrs. Sherman. Mrs. Sherman, just 1 minute, Sherman. Capital S.
H. E-R.
E-E-R.
M-A-N.
M-A-N.
Daytona Beach.
Sherman, how?
Daytona Beach.
Daytona Beach, Florida. How?
D-A-D-A-Y.
T-O.
N-A. Beach.
That's right.
Florida.
Please. Yes. Oh. Very well. Thank you very much.
She'll call you?
Slight delay on the lines to Jacksonville.
Who said Jacksonville?
That's the main circus.
Circuit.
Oh, circus? No, so that'd be like you said.
Who'll go with Rosie?
Family?
Come on in, Rosie. Well, the door's open. Hurry up.
Come in. Don't mention not one word, you hear? If Tante Elke's call comes in now, I'll... Rosalie? Where are you going?
I'll be right down,
Oh. You called for Rosie, family?
No, Rosie called for me.
Sammy, Mommy wants to...
Wait.
What, anything wrong?
Nothing wrong. Wait 1 minute.
Wait till Mommy closes the door.
Family. Rosie went to Dr. Cater's to call for you?
Just an excuse to see Walter.
Oh.
Dr. Cater told me he told her that Walter is engaged.
You know.
Well, she's coming up here with Walter's mother.
Oh. You mean Walter's finished saying it? Oh. Then?
Well, I don't know. I suppose any day.
Oh. Family, you think Rosalie will want to go to Florida?
Gee, I don't know, but I'd like to see her go someplace until Walter leaves, or she gets over it.
Huh?
The telephone, Molly.
Listen, leave me, dear. Leave me. Hello?
Is it?
Yes? Yes?
Well?
Me?
No.
It's me.
So?
I am.
Is it call for me?
No.
How do you know?
Hello, Tante Elke?
Tante Elke?
How are you? Hi. Florida calling, Rosalie.
Florida?
Rio Valley.
That's good. She'd like some company, Ma.
Tell me, darling, are you busy?
The season is slowing?
The season is slowing. And was a long winter, dear? Hi, it's wonderful to hear you talking vice versa. Well, under the circumstances, we all tried. Only Rosalie studied very hard.
Not so hard,
Her last class in high school, and she don't look so well.
She still look well, Ma.
I should say just sunshine where you are. I should say. Huh? Well, oh, my. Well, hold 1 minute. Rosie can't tell she's inviting you.
Isn't she sweet?
Hello, Tante? Oh, that's wonderful. I know Rosalie would have company. I know Rachel and Allie and Montel. Allie, Rachel, and Montel, they all there, darling.
What a break for you, Rosie.
Surely, darling. Thanks, Tante. Wonderful. Hold. She wants to know when.
Immediately. Right away.
Immediately?
Hello?
I can't go, Ma.
Well, just 1 minute. Why can't you go?
I can't, Ma.
Why?
Well, I just can't.
Well, you can't. Why not?
I'd rather not.
No,
I can't go.
Well, why?
I don't want to go. Thanks, Ma, but maybe some other time, but not now.
Florida, vacation, friends, sunshine. The very gates of paradise would be nothing for Rosie the way she feels now. All her interests are in Glastonbury, but they'd be anywhere Walter was. And this is more proof, if Molly needed it, that Rosie's in love with someone who has commitments elsewhere in another heart. You know, doing things by half measures is never satisfactory. That's why those halfway soaps for dishes are such a problem. I mean bar soaps because they don't have real speed. Or those tough granulated soaps because they're so short on safety for your hands. Well, such halfway soaps don't belong in your dishpan anymore. No, ma'am, because new Does is here. That new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And believe me, Does has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to greater kindness to your hands. In fact, Does treats your hands like a baby. Just notice how wonderfully soft and smooth they feel after doing dishes with Does. It's far kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated wash-day soap. Yet no soap made speeds through dishes faster than Does. It cuts even tough grease without hard scouring. Yes, you can tell the difference in Does right in the sun. Try it today. Does has everything for dishes. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Next time, Rosie finds out Walter's secret. This is James Fleming wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. From time to time during the years our Miss Brooks has been teaching at Madison High, her relations with her principal have been rather strained. But so far this semester, she and Mr. Conklin have apparently buried their differences.
Only because we couldn't do the same to each other. But actually, in recent weeks, Mr. Conklin has been rather considerate to me. At least he was until this past Wednesday. On that morning, he reverted to type and ordered me to be at his home an hour before school started. So promptly at 7:30, Harriet Conklin admitted me and said she'd see what her father was doing. At 7:35, she returned covered with lather, so I didn't have to ask. Then she excused herself and went into the kitchen to start breakfast. At 7:40, the doorbell rang, and since no one was around, I stood there for a moment undecided what to do. But in the Conklin household, no one remains undecided for very long.
Miss Brooks, would you please answer the doorbell? Please answer the doorbell, Miss Brooks.
Answer the doorbell this instant!
So I answered the doorbell. When I opened the door, to my surprise, there stood an American Indian in full regalia, and right behind him stood his squaw, who appeared to have a papoose board on her back. No sooner had I opened the door when the Indian said...
Oh.
Very simple. I turned the doorknob and it opened.
Oh.
I just told you.
Lady, how is greeting? I, Chief Thundercloud. This my squaw.
How?
I just turned the door. Oh, no.
Mr. Conklin live here?
Yes, this is his wigwam. Or house. Won't you come in?
Mr. Conklin expect me. Me lecture at Madison High School today. The chief, he Mr. Conklin's friend.
Oh, really? Well, I'm a teacher at Madison.
You very pretty.
Squaw, she Miss Brooks' friend. Thanks, Mrs. Thundercloud. Now, Mr. Conklin ought to be down any minute, so why don't you two have a seat?
Chief have seat. Squaw, she stand.
Squaw, she stand?
It is custom of my tribe. When chief sit, squaw stand. Now you understand?
Do I? Squaw, have you got a squawk? That is, I don't entirely agree with that custom, Chief. And
Good morning, Miss Brooks. Well, Chief Thundercloud and Mrs. Thundercloud. Good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Conklin.
How, Mrs. Conklin?
Very simple. She just married Mr. Conklin. There I go again. Oh, Mrs. Conklin, is that a new fur coat you're carrying? It's stunning.
Why, thank you, Miss Brooks, but I've had it for years. Matter of fact, I'm thinking of selling it. That's why I brought it out so early. Do you know someone in the market?
Why, yes, I've been looking for a winter coat myself, and yours is simply beautiful. But you probably want a good deal more than I could afford.
Oh, I don't know. I'll tell you what, Miss Brooks. Give me $100 and you can walk off with the coat. What do you say?
If I had $5, I might sneak off with a sleeve. I knew I couldn't afford anything as luxurious as that.
Oh, I am sorry, Miss Brooks. I wish you could have bought it. But if you hear of anyone else who might be interested, please let me know. Now, I'll be right back with your sack of flour, Chief. It's in the kitchen.
Very good. And other things.
Well, Mr. Conklin is still upstairs with your ham and turkey.
And when he's subdued them, I know he'll bring them down. Sack of flour, ham, turkey? If I'm not being too inquisitive, Chief, what are they for?
Well, pay for lecture at school. I give lecture and Mr. Conklin give goods. System of barter. Indians use it for hundreds of years. Me and Squaw always use barter. Don't we, Squaw?
Miss Brooks, she very pretty.
Chief, your wife might not say much, but what she does say certainly makes sense. Well, I think your system of barter is...
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Chief, but as you can see, I brought you your turkey and your ham.
How, Mr. Conklin?
It's very simple. I carried them downstairs in my... Oh, how? Yes, that's your greeting. Good. Now, I'd better put these things on the table before my arms fall off. Yeah, I guess that completes everything. The ham, the turkey, and this sack of flour on the couch.
I'm getting rid of this old dress the first chance I get.
Oh, it's Miss Brooks. Oh, good morning, Miss Brooks. But where is the sack of flour?
Oh, your Squaw bring it from kitchen.
My squaw?
Yes, sir. Right now, she's helping your papoose start breakfast. But while we're waiting for your wife, sir, why not tell me why you asked me over here this morning?
Oh, yes, of course. Why ask you over here? Well, it concerns my wife, Miss Brooks. I want you to use your influence to prevent her from buying a pair of enormously expensive lamps, which I can't possibly afford. As you know, she thinks more of your judgment than any woman she knows.
She does think that much of my judgment?
Yes, the poor benighted soul. But I suppose we all have our quirks. Well, a number of nights ago at your landlady's house, she fell in love with a pair of hideous-looking table lamps, and since then she's been combing the town for an identical pair. Yesterday she found them, and they asked her $200 for the eyesores. $200! Miss Brooks, you've simply got to help me.
But, sir, I don't see what I can do. Mrs. Davis discovered them in the attic about a week ago, and she just put them out that night. Say, wait a minute. If Chief Thundercloud can barter, so can I.
Really? What tribe are you from, Pocahontas?
Sir, it really shouldn't be so difficult. Your wife wants Mrs. Davis's old lamps, and I want your wife's old fur coat. Now, all I have to do is persuade Mrs. Davis to trade me those lamps for something else, and then I can...
Here you are, Chief. Here's your sack of flour. I'll just put it on the table with these other things. Frankly, I don't see how you're going to carry all those things. They're so heavy.
Oh, not heavy for me at all.
But why not?
Because Squaw going to carry them. Custom in my tribe. Chief sit back, woman work.
Your tribe sounds more like Madison High every minute.
Oh, I understand. You tie all those things to your squaw's papoose board.
If you'd excuse me, sir, I'd like to get back to see Mrs. Davis about that matter before school starts.
But what's the hurry, Miss Brooks?
Well, sir, I don't mind getting the idea for barter from the Indians, but I'm simply not the papoose board type.
You're home. Did you have a good day at school, dear?
Good day at school? Mrs. Davis, it's only 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, I'm so glad. For a moment there, I thought I'd misplaced 10 hours. I guess I got a little confused. Why did you come home, dear?
Well, because I had something rather important to discuss with you. Oh, it might not seem important to you, but it is to me. Recently, for some reason, this house has begun to depress me. I believe this feeling all started the day you put out those lamps.
But, Connie, I just took them down from the attic a week ago. And that very night when Mrs. Conklin was over here, she admired them.
Maybe she was thinking how they'd look in her attic.
Well, dear, I'm not that fond of them. And if it will make you happy, I'll get rid of them.
Oh, I don't want you to give the lamps away, Mrs. Davis, or even sell them cheaply, but I think I know where I can make a deal for them. So why not let me have them? I'll give you something I own in exchange for them. Anything you want.
But, dear, you haven't got anything I want.
I know what you mean. I haven't got anything I want either.
But I tell you what, if you want to trade, there's Mr. Boynton.
Oh, you do better keeping the lamps. Oh, you mean something Mr. Boynton owns?
Yes, dear. He has a painting in his apartment that's simply beautiful. And it should really brighten up this living room. It's called Doomsday.
Oh, yes, indeed. That, plus a little black wallpaper, and we'll have the craziest living room around. By noon, I was about ready to give the whole idea back to the Indians. However, realizing that adults sometimes get discouraged more easily than children, I decided to tell my story to Walter Denton when I ran into him on my way to lunch. Walter listened as I told him how much Mrs. Conklin's old fur coat meant to me and the great lengths I was going to acquire that coat.
Well, now, let's see if I've got it straight. You want Mrs. Conklin's fur coat, and Mrs. Conklin would be willing to give you that fur coat, but she wants Mrs. Davis's lamps. And Mrs. Davis would be willing to give you the lamps, but she wants Mr. Boynton's painting. Now, let's see. What have you got that Mr. Boynton could possibly want?
I'll thank you to rephrase that question.
Hey, wait a minute. Of course. The cameo ring you're wearing. Oh, I've often heard him tell you how much he'd like a ring like that for his mother.
Say, maybe I could trade him the ring for his painting at that. Particularly since his mother's birthday is next week.
Well, sure you could, Miss Brooks. When you see him in the cafeteria in a few minutes, something he'll say will remind you of his mother, and you can just slide into the subject gracefully.
Leave it to me, Walter. If there's anyone who can slide into something gracefully, it's me. And Mr. Conklin has the welts to prove it.
Sorry to be a little late, Miss Brooks.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Boynton. Sit down.
Thanks. I figured you'd be about ready for dessert and coffee, so I brought you these.
Why, Mr. Boynton, how thoughtful. A clean fork and spoon.
I would have brought you some rhubarb pie, but it's the only pie they've got left, and I know how you dislike it. You always say there are certain things that don't agree with you.
Why, Mr. Boynton, that's simply not true. I'm devoted to your mother.
My mother? Who was talking about my mother?
I was, and let's not change the subject. I know how you feel about your mother, Mr. Boynton, and I realize how much thought you've given to the important occasion coming up next week.
Important occasion? What important occasion?
Da 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 da.
Hey, that's very catchy. The Main Stein song, isn't it?
Yes, the state of Maine is celebrating its birthday next week. Mr. Boynton, that tune was Happy Birthday to You.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks. My birthday isn't for 6 months yet. Say, but by an odd coincidence, it is my mother's birthday.
Eureka! Well, I know you must be giving a lot of thought to your mother's present.
Why, no, Miss Brooks. Mother knows how little I can afford. She told me specifically that she didn't expect anything this year. So I'm tempted to forget the whole thing.
I'm beginning to wish I had, too. But, Mr. Boynton, devoted as you are to your mother, you certainly wouldn't pass up an occasion like a birthday.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to if I could afford to give her something nice.
Well, a nice gift isn't necessarily expensive. You've often said your mother would appreciate a cameo ring like the one I have on. Well, I'm proposing a trade. My ring for the painting in your apartment.
Miss Brooks, you're not serious, are you? Well, I'd be delighted to make the trade, but...
Then just be at my house at 8 with the painting, and we'll consummate the deal. There are a number of other transactions that will have to be made at the same time.
Oh, all right. Gosh, I didn't think anyone would ever want my painting Doomsday. It certainly doesn't do much to brighten up a room.
Well, don't worry about it. In our living room, Doomsday will look like the Garden of Eden.
A minute.
Oh, hello, Harriet.
Oh, I'm glad I caught you before you went into the lecture, Miss Brooks. I have a message for you from Mrs. Davis.
What is it, dear?
Well, Mrs. Davis asked me to tell you that you'll never have to worry about those lamps you dislike again.
Why? What do you mean, Harriet?
She said some man came by the house a little before noon, and she sold them to him for $25.
What? Oh, no, she couldn't have. Who would want the lamps? And where would anyone get the idea to come by today?
Oh, Miss Brooks.
That's what I'm wondering. How? Oh, hello, Chief. Hello, Mrs. Thundercloud.
Miss Brooks, she very pretty.
Miss Brooks, she very dead.
Something matter, Miss Brooks?
Yes, it has to do with some lamps my landlady just sold. Remember, Mr. Conklin and I were discussing them this morning, but it would hardly concern you, Chief.
Oh, much concern to me. I bought them.
You bought them?
Yes. Find out this morning they're very important to you. You want fur coat? Very important to Mrs. Conklin. She want lamps. Very important to Mr. Conklin. He want to keep money.
And very important to Chief Thundercloud, because tonight he want to barter us into beggary. But, Mr. Conklin, when I asked you over here this evening, I had no idea Chief Thundercloud would own those lamps. He just outsmarted me, sir.
So could a slightly dopey 4-year-old child. Oh, you knew how desperately I needed those lamps? Well, it really wasn't Miss Brooks' fault, sir. But anyway, maybe Chief Thundercloud won't be so difficult to deal with. Boynton, take my word for it. Chief Thundercloud is one of the sharpest traders I've ever met. I have a feeling one of his ancestors was in that Manhattan Island for $24 deal, and he's been laying for us ever since. As far as I can see, you've brought your painting and I've brought my wife's fur coat for nothing.
Well, at least it's worth a try, sir. Oh, here they are now. Well, Chief Thundercloud and Mrs. Thundercloud.
Evening, Miss Brooks.
Please come in. The others are already here.
Oh, well, Chief Thundercloud, what a pleasure to see you so soon again. That was a brilliant lecture you gave today. It's a brilliant.
I don't believe you know Mr. Boynton, Chief Thundercloud.
How, Mr. Boynton?
That's the question I've been asking for 6 years now.
How do you do, Chief?
And, Mr. Boynton, this is Mrs. Thundercloud.
Miss Brooks, she very pretty.
I think they're the only words she knows, but I love every one of them.
Well, Chief, Miss Brooks tells me that you now own the lamps, but I assured her we'd have no difficulty coming to some trade that will be beneficial to us all. I think. Well, you did bring the lamps with you.
Lamps tied to a papoose board. Papoose board? Where's that?
Right on the back of the mapoose. Mrs. Thundercloud, I mean.
Well, I have the fur coat here, and Mr. Boynton has his painting, so if there's no objection, why don't we start trading?
Chief, only trade Indian style.
What's that, with tomahawks? What's Indian style?
We all sit around in circles, smoke peace pipe, and then we trade. Squaw, hand me peace pipe. Now we all sit. And I give you light.
Hey, this isn't bad. Not bad at all. Tobacco is a little strong, though. How do I look smoking a peace pipe, Miss Brooks?
Oh, fine, Mr. Boynton. The brown of the pipe goes very well with the green of your face. Are you feeling all right?
Well, certainly, Miss Brooks. Only, would you mind sitting still, please?
Mr. Boynton, I am sitting still.
Now, Boynton, stop being so silly. No tobacco is that strong.
But it does seem to be having quite an effect on him, sir.
Now the whole room's going around and around and around. Whee! Boynton, let me have that pipe. You hear me, Boynton? I'm talking to you. Well, say something. Happy New Year!
And when the real New Year comes around, he's in bed at 10 o'clock. You'd better stop smoking, Mr. Boynton.
I guess I'd better. Well, I've never seen such a ridiculous display from a few measly puffs of tobacco.
Well, here is pipe, Mr. Conklin. You try.
Badly? Say, this isn't bad. Tobacco has a nice taste to it. You don't find it strong, sir? Certainly not, Boynton.
And you don't feel any ill effects?
Well, of course not. Only, Miss Brooks, stop bobbing up and down this instant.
She's sitting absolutely still, sir.
You keep out of this, Boynton. All four of you.
You see four, Mr. Boynton? Oh, boy, let me at that peace pipe. Are you all right, Mr. Conklin?
Sir, are you all right?
Mr. Conklin, speak to us.
Merry Christmas!
Holy snow.
Oh, I don't feel very well.
Neither do I, sir. Well, Chief, ready to trade any time now.
Oh, I get it. First he gets us loaded, and then we're pushovers.
What is offer, Miss Brooks?
Well, I planned on giving Mr. Boynton my cameo ring for his painting. Then I was going to give you his painting for those lamps, and then give the lamps to Mr. Conklin for the fur coat.
Afraid you made a mistake.
I was afraid you'd be afraid.
I will give lamps to Mr. Conklin for fur coat plus $100.
$100? Oh, Gad, I've been ambushed.
Well, it'll teach you to stay with the other covered wagons.
Then I give fur coat to Miss Brooks for ring plus $50, and then give ring to Mr. Boynton for picture plus $20.
I knew I should have attended your lecture today.
But this is a holdup.
Well, there's no use complaining, sir. The chief has us over a barrel.
Well, let's hang on to it. By the time he's through with us, we'll be wearing it. But I don't see any way we can...
Oh, good evening, everyone. Please excuse this old house coat, but I was in the kitchen making you some hot chocolate.
Oh, house coat's very pretty. You mean I'm finally getting competition from a house coat?
Oh, house coat, very, very pretty. I like very much.
You do? Well, how would you like to have that house coat, Mrs. Thundercloud?
Oh, I want.
Silence, woman. Go and sit down.
How do you like that? For 40 years, she's forced to stand up, and finally, when she wants something, she's told to go and sit down.
She will not have house coat.
But I want.
And you'll get. Gee, how could you refuse a simple request from a woman who's been such a good wife to you? A woman who works day and night for you, who stands while you sit, who carries your goods on her back. Where could you find another squaw like that?
Yes, indeed. The poor thing deserves that house coat. No other man would dream of working a woman that hard.
I'll remember that the next time I'm called into your office. But, Chief, if I were your wife and you refused a simple request like that, why, I'd refuse to work for you.
Women in my tribe different. Squaw never refused to work.
Miss Brooks, she's taking off her papoose board.
Goodness, not in front of all these people. It's just the board on her back.
Well, Chief, do we trade?
We trade. But first I smoke peace pipe.
Don't bother. When you hear what we're going to get for that house coat, you'll be sick enough without it.
Well, the barter system turned out to be quite a headache for the chief. And now, here's our star, Eve Arden.
Well, by the time I was through trading with Chief Thundercloud, I had my fur coat, Mr. Conklin had his lamps, Mr. Boynton had his ring, Mrs. Davis her painting, and Mrs. Thundercloud had the house coat she wanted so badly. For the house coat, the chief had to pay Mrs. Davis $29. When the chief and his squaw had left, I heard some words I had never hoped to hear during my lifetime.
Miss Brooks, you were magnificent. Yeah. Miss Brooks, you handled that trade beautifully.
But, Connie, I never expected $29 for that old house coat.
Well, actually...
When all the games that we enjoy, us little kids just can't avoid those grimy play clothes in the wash, but when tide is in, dirt's out, by gosh.
That's right. From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash-day miracle that gives you the cleanest clothes in town, proudly presents the Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, Dave Rose, and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and Dick Ryan will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled The Sad Texan. And it stars as Deadeye, MGM's clown, Red Skelton.
Come on, horse boy! Yes, sir, howdy, folks. I'm Deadeye, Texas Deadeye. Now, I didn't have to say Texas because you can always tell the Texans. Of course, you can't tell them much, but you can tell them. You know, I'd like to tell you why I'm here. Money. It's kind of made me sad. You see, I struck oil, and more money start rolling in faster than people from Missouri rolled into Washington when they heard about the RFC. Well, anyhow, it's what caused all the trouble. My money, that is. Don't think I'm picking on Washington, because them folks ain't done nothing. Well, anyhow, when I struck it rich, I decided I'd like to go to Hollywood and meet some of them movie folks. So I hired myself a social director, and, well, here's some of the things that happened to me. Hey, look, O'Connor, where are you taking me?
We'll soon be there. Now, careful crossing the street.
Yeah, watch out. Boy, pedestrians ain't got a chance nowadays. Hey, did you hear about the guy who ran out of gas, so he pushed his car over a pedestrian? Good night.
Well, come on, we go in this office building.
Yeah. All right, now, we're here. Why are we here?
Well, the answer's on this door. See?
Director of Social Affairs, Rod O'Connor, the Cabina Right of Pismo Beach. Is this your office?
Mine. I've got a new job, and this is my office.
Well, didn't you like working for me?
Oh, sure.
Well, then why did you get another job, guys? If you're not satisfied with what I'm paying you, I'd be very happy to give you a raise. After all, what's one more box of Tide to me?
Well, I'm doing this job for a friend of mine, Deadeye.
Deadeye? You mean that saddle tramp from Texas? This is the only cowboy that I've ever seen who's bull-legged from the neck up.
Now, wait till I explain. He's changed. He's recently struck oil.
What did he do? Comb George Raft's hair?
No, he struck oil and money is coming in at the rate of $1,000 an hour, and he's spending it at the rate of $2,000 an hour.
This is Deadeye?
Deadeye.
What's his first name, Harry? This makes him enjoy Key West much better. Hey, Deadeye hired you, huh?
Yep, he hired me to be his social director.
Are you kidding? Look, that guy's nothing but a big phony. If he's got more than 10 cents to his name, my name's Ronald Coleman.
Well, feast your eyes on this. Here's $5,000 in cash that he gave me as a retainer.
Oh, do tell, Bonita, do tell.
I'm in charge of all Deadeye's social activities while he's in Hollywood. He wants to meet some important people.
He does, huh?
Mm-hmm. Are you in the social register?
No.
Mm-hmm. Are you in the handbook of the 400?
No, and if I don't pay my phone bill, I ain't going to be in the yellow book either.
Say, Dad, I'd like to meet some movie glamour girls.
Yeah?
You ought to be able to introduce him to some of those glamour girls at MGM. How well do you know Ann Miller?
Oh, our acquaintance is sort of a railroad acquaintance, you see. When she stops, I look, and Georgia hears about it, I listen.
Well, how about Esther Williams?
Well, would you like to meet her?
Yeah.
Wine Forms in Kansas City. Hey, have you seen those new 1951 bathing suits that they copied from Esther Williams' picture? Huh? They would have been even smaller, but they had to have some material to put the price tag on.
Hey, look.
Nowadays, a girl puts on a bathing suit, she has to go back in 3 or 4 times, see if she's got it on or not.
Look, Skelton, you help me in lining up things for Deadeye, and we'll split the salary even Steven.
Okay, a third to you, a third to me, and a third to my brother-in-law.
Well, wait a second. I thought the split was going to be even Steven.
Steven's my brother-in-law.
Oh, cut it out, Red. Hey, look, Deadeye wants to meet some glamour girls. Now, do it as a favor to me, will you?
What?
Please, my job depends on Deadeye meeting some glamour girls. Please. Please, please.
Well, let's not get sickening about it.
Well, I've got work to do. Deadeye wants me to hire him a chauffeur, a butler, and a bodyguard.
He's really in the chips, huh?
Yeah. He even asked me to hire Dave Rose and his orchestra to play nothing but cowboy music. They're in the office next door rehearsing.
Well, let's go listen, huh?
Okay.
happy husbands we.
Because you married three smart girls who use C-I-D-E. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E. Tide.
Yes, ma'am, sing it or just plain say it. Tide gives you the cleanest wash in town. Because we've proved it in the laboratory. Why, we've tested Tide against every soap you've ever heard of. Chances are we've tested it against the soap you've been using. And every time, the result's the same. Tide just plain gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. Of course, millions of you women have proved that right in your own washing machines. The only difference is our results show up in facts and figures, but yours show up in the cleaner clothes your children wear, the cleaner sheets and towels in your linen closet. So next wash day, wash your clothes in those terrific Tide suds. Then wring 'em, rinse 'em, and hang up the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with
T-I-D-E. Tide.
T-I-D-E. Tide.
T-I-D-E.
Well, like I was saying, when Paulie and Fogelson and I hit that oil, it really added a little class to me. So I came out here in my own plane, and I was met at the airport by a lot of newspaper men. Oh, plane, whoa! Oh, well, I'll push this stick forward and go into a power dive and see what happens here. You didn't think we were up this high, did you? Well, maybe we've missed the Earth completely. What is this, space control? Hey, pilot. Hey,
Yes, say, did I?
Yeah?
Look, you made a mistake. Instead of pushing forward on the stick, you pulled backward. You're going up.
Well, I'll be a guided missile. I guess I'm higher than any flyer's ever been. There's nothing but stars and prices up here. Hey, you take over, pilot, and land this thing, will you? We're close enough to the ground now. Careful now, careful. Here comes that. Oh, got a little road burn. Oh, look at the crowd that come to meet old Deadeye.
Deadeye, I've arranged a press interview.
Oh, thank you, Rod.
I'm Brown from the Sun.
You look pale as a ghost to me.
Tell me, where do you hail from?
Where do I hail from?
Yeah.
Well, I look like a blizzard. Well, I was born in Texas. Of course, you know where Texas is, don't you? It's bordered on the north by Texas, and on the south by Texas, and on the west by Texas. And there's a little patch in the east that is known as the United States. Well, now there's a joke you can sneak back into the earwig bottle.
They say your oil well is the biggest producer in Texas.
Yes, sir. I'll never forget the day that gusher blew in. You never saw such an explosion. I got a letter the next day, and it says, Dear Deadeye, please, we can't hear ourselves think. Signed, the atomic bombing range in Nevada.
Tell me, before you hit that Wildcat oil well, you were a ranger, weren't you?
Yeah, I was a gunfighter, yes.
Oh, when did you shoot your first man?
Well, it's kind of hard to remember, partner, but when I was born, that darn doctor slapped me on the back, and I'll let him have it. And since then, I've killed 20 men in cold blood, 8 men in warm blood, and 2 boys didn't have any blood at all. They were wearing berets at the time. Just to show you what kind of a shot I am, you see that fly crawling up the wall over there? Watch this. You see? No wall. It ain't funny, but it keeps you awake, don't it?
Mr. Deadeye, I'm from the press.
So?
Could we have a picture? We have our photographer here.
Well, I carry my own pictures, ma'am. Here's a good one.
Oh, yeah, it shows the real you.
It does? Oh, that's a picture of my horse. No, that's me. No, it's my horse. I think. But the only way you can tell us apart is that the horse is wearing glasses.
Tell me, what do you think about taxes?
Oh, well, I'll tell you.
Deadeye? Take your hat away from your heart. He said taxes, not Texas.
Ooh!
I hear that every everyone in Texas has plenty.
Yes, sir. The only way you can tell a rich Texan... Wait till you hear that one. The only way you can tell a rich Texan from a poor Texan is a poor Texan drives a dirty Cadillac.
Okay, folks, that's all. Break it up.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Don't talk about what you have. Give them a human interest story.
Tell me, where did you buy that bearskin sport coat?
Oh, I didn't buy this coat. You see, I never deal with a middleman. I got it right off with a bear.
You killed the bear yourself to get it?
No, I didn't kill him. You see, I was riding on the range one day, and it was mighty hot. Mm-hmm. There was a fire in the range at the time. Well, they're coming in by carrier pigeons. Well, anyhow, a big grizzly bear jumped out from behind a cactus plant, and he started to appraise me to see how many vitamins I contained, so I started after him.
With your bare hands?
Read what's there. Like I was saying, it was a hot day, so I take off my coat, and the bear takes off his coat. Well, when the bear sees what kind of muscles I got, he grabs my coat by mistake and ran away. And there was nothing left for me to do but to put on the coat. And that's how I got it. Sorry I left that joke in, because it got nothing.
The papers won't print a story like that.
Well, I'm glad you told me, because I didn't want to build it up too much. You know how modest we are. Funny they won't print stories like that. They print them that comes out of Moscow, and that one's tame compared to that. Hey, did you hear about the new program they got over in Russia? It's a daytime serial called Just Plain Bull. Hey, now, how about you ordering me a chauffeur and some help, huh?
Okay.
All right, boy.
Mr. O'Connor, there's some people in the outer office to apply for jobs.
Well, send them in one at a time.
Won't you come in, sir?
Yeah, here I am. All cowboy stuff this week, you know. Boy, I can't stand it. I can't stand this.
Tim Cadiddleharper, what's wrong with you?
These thick carpets are tickling my bare feet.
Why don't you wear shoes?
Well, I hate to waste time buttoning them up. Besides, I ain't been able to buy any lately. They just don't have my size, you see.
Well, what size do you wear?
I wear 18 and a half.
18 and a half, eh?
No, 18 and a half toes. See, I might have been short-changed when they passed out the brains, but I sure got a nice helping of toes. You know I got 18 toes?
Well, that's only 8 over the regular.
Only 1 foot?
Did you come to see me about working for Deadeye?
Well, yes, I did. I would like to get a job driving his car, you see. I hope the job pays as much as my last one did, I hope.
What were you paid on your last job?
Oh, I don't know.
You better find out or it's going to be a short show.
I got 25 cents a week.
25 cents a week?
Yeah. Yeah, that's allowed. See, I don't want the income taxers to get wind of that, see. And they could, too, because that's a pretty rotten salary.
Well, Clem, this job pays $30 a week.
Are you suggesting that I take a reduction in my salary?
Clem, $30 a week is more than 25 cents a week.
It is? Sure. Well, how long's this been going on?
You learned that in the first grade.
Really? Well, if I've learned that, there's no sense in me finishing kindergarten, is there?
You want to be Deadeye's driver, huh? Tell me, do you have a chauffeur's license?
Chauffeur? That's the thing you keep shirts and socks in, isn't it?
That's a chiffonnier.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't have one of them licenses, but my dog license is practically new. Mm-hmm. I'm happy to say that my distemper shots took.
Well, we can get your license easy enough. Come on, let's see how you drive Deadeye's car.
Oh, this should be interesting, yeah. Oh, that's a nice-looking car, ain't it?
Yes. Get behind the wheel now, Clem. Show me how you can drive.
Well, don't rush me. See, this car may have a different gear shift from that Model T I drive, you see.
Well, you don't have to shift gears on this car at all. It's automatic.
No shifting?
Mm-mm.
Well, there's been a lot of shiftless things around lately, haven't there?
Well, there's no clutch in this car.
Well, I got a car at home that goes one better than that. No wheels. I drove it for 3 years before I found out there's no motor in it.
Clem, how can you drive a car without an engine in it?
Oh, it's nice running downhill, but it's a little discouraging going up. Of course, no floorboard. Makes it easy on the climb, you know.
Yes. Come on, let's go.
Okay, we're off.
Speak for yourself.
Hey, this car really digs out and goes, don't it? Look at that.
Don't just sit there. Grab the steering wheel, Clem.
Don't rush me now. Which one is the steering wheel?
It's right there. Have you ever driven before? Well, have you?
Well, I'm trying to think. Don't rush me.
Here, let me get behind the wheel.
Well, stop getting so excited, will you? Just stand by with a dustpan and a broom.
Clem, take it easy.
Look, you wouldn't be so upset if you do what I'm doing. Close your eyes.
Clem, turn right. This is a dead-end street.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you see that brick wall? We can't go any further.
We're going to miss you around here. You see, I'm no quitter. We made it, boy.
Yes. But look at the fenders.
Yeah, I think they look nice tied in a bow around the hood.
Yeah. And what'll I tell Deadeye when he asks about his car?
Tell him to get rid of it because the hubcaps are loose. Well, sir, that's what happened to my car. I wouldn't have minded so much if it had been my yesterday's car, but it was the new one I bought today. Oh, well, if it wasn't for Dave Rose and his music, I'd just about give up myself.
Clock? Yes. You did say it was a syncopated clock. Oh.
You've heard us call Tide a miracle, and that's exactly what Tide is. Why, the single fact that Tide banished soap film is what made no rinsing practical. So if you're one of the women who likes to wash without rinsing, you use Tide, because Tide will give you the cleanest possible no-rinse wash. And of course you'll save all that time and work, too. Now, on the other hand, if you prefer to rinse your clothes, and I know most of you do, here's what Tide promises you. Tide will get your clothes cleaner than any soap on earth, cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. Tide will give you cleaner shirts for your husband, cleaner play clothes for your children. Yes, a Tide wash is the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
got something I want you to do for me.
What is it, Deadeye?
Well, I ordered a pony for Junior, and I want you to pick it up and take it over to him. I got it at Saks 6th Avenue, you see. Mm-hmm. And they're wrapping it as a gift.
Gift wrapping a pony?
Yeah. I don't want Junior to know what it is, so they're wrapping it so it'll look like a necktie. The thin pony, you see. Should have called him a puny, I guess.
Yeah. Deadeye, how come...
Wait for him. They're hard to get, boy. Let them come in. Them the kind Freeman loves to hear.
Deadeye, how come you're giving Junior a pony?
Well, didn't you know? Junior's dad and myself, old McDougal, we were in the war together, you see. Mm-hmm. The fighting war, that is. They don't call them wars anymore. These are just police action boys, by the way. I hope they arrest the right guy soon, though.
Well, don't you want to go over to Junior's house with me?
No, I'm going to stay here and finish figuring out my income tax. This year they says pay them with a smile. I tried it, but they still wanted money.
There's Junior playing in the front yard. Come on, Phony. Hello there, Junior.
Well, Bachelor O'Connor, welcome to the edge of doom. What you hiding behind that hunk of flab?
Can you guess what it is?
Well, it could be a herd of elephants. You big enough to hide them, you know.
Then I sent you a present. Look.
Well, shades of Hopalong Cassidy, a widow pony. Oh, I do believe I have died and gone to heaven.
Do you like him, Junior?
Oh, does I like him? Let me ride him. I'm going to get on his back, boy. I'll crawl on it. Here. Ooh. Why, you stubborn little rascal, you. Screw me off his back.
Well, he hasn't been saddle broken yet.
Well, don't look at me. I'm not going to break anything that big. He's not very friendly, little fellow, is he?
Well, you've got to win him over. And when he learns to like you, then he'll let you ride him.
Oh, well, here, I will bribe him with a little sugar. Here, Pony, take the sugar out of my hand. Here. Oh, boy, what a sloppy pig he is. Hey, this may be the answer to my washing problem. Oh, boy, wait till the juvenile jury kids see me riding around the neighborhood on this pony. I'm going to be the envy of the skunk patrol. I'm going to try to ride him again. Here, now, come on. Whoa. Now, look, Pony, let's settle this once and for all. I ain't supposed to ride on your back. Now, get off of me and let's try again.
Junior!
Yeah?
Oh, Junior!
I'm here. Hey, look what I got. You can get your hen or rinse out because you're going to sprout some new gray hairs for you.
Hello, Lorraine.
Oh, hello, Rock. Junior, what have you got there? I can't see too well without my glasses.
Yeah, she needs glasses with beer in them. Hey, Deadeye sent me a pony.
A pony?
Yeah, a pony. A thing with a head, a tail, and a leg on each corner.
Well, that was thoughtful of Deadeye to give you the pony.
Yes.
But where on earth are we going to keep him?
Well, just let him sleep in Pop's room. Pop won't be using it until somebody can raise bail for him anyhow.
Oh, yeah. Rod, what am I going to do with the child?
Well, the church is holding a rummage sale, and they'll accept anything you don't want.
You know, they're also collecting used spats. Why don't you turn yourself in? Jowls.
Junior, why do you call me Jowls?
I call them the way I see them. Jowls.
Jowls, that's the word, Junior.
Well, I don't know what the word is, but he got him, I know that.
Junior, do you want another spanking?
Now, that's a silly question. I've had 4 today, and I don't believe in hoarding, you know.
You take that pony around the backyard and keep him there until I decide what to do with him.
Okay, come on, Tony, come on. Here's the backyard. This is where you're going to live from now on.
Junior!
Yes?
Don't forget we're having company for dinner. It's time for you to go take your bath.
Well, what are they going to do, eat me? Goodness, I'll have to take another one so soon. I just had one 3 days ago. The new dirt hasn't had time to settle yet.
You heard me. And don't forget your ears.
How could I forget them? They're getting bigger every day. Goodness me. I run and they ground loop me, you know.
Junior, go take your bath.
Oh, the guy that invented bathtubs must have hated widow kids. That's all I can say.
Will you excuse me, Rod? Junior's been in the bathtub for half an hour now, and I think I'd better go and check on him.
All right, Lorraine.
Junior, are you about through with your bath?
Yes, but don't come in, though. I like privacy.
Something fishy going on in there. Better take a look. Why, Junior, you're all dressed. You haven't even been in the tub.
I know there was no room for me.
What do you mean there isn't room? Oh! Junior, get that pony out of the bathtub!
Don't yell, you scared him, too. Okay, I'll pull the widow don't plug out. Bring you back while he snips something more.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next Sunday.
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and thanks for buying more and more of the Wash Day Miracle Tide.
And this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap on earth, cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. That's why
You get the cleanest washing down with T-I-D-E Tide. T-I-D-E Tide.
this is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel the first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that Duffy dumpling-head little diplomat who, when he heard that Mussolini and Hitler were dead, had this to say.
Costello, it's about time you got here. What were you doing at the music shop down on the corner?
Oh, I went in there to get a record of that song about Molotov.
A song about the great Russian diplomat, Molotov?
Yeah.
What is it called?
I came here to talk for Joe.
Costello, you're getting dumber every day. I think you could tell everything you know in 5 minutes.
I could tell everything the both of us know, and it wouldn't take any longer.
Never mind that, Costello. You've been acting very peculiar since we started our picture at the MGM.
This is going to kill a lot of people.
Yes, I'm afraid you're getting very conceited.
I am not conceited. I'm the same talented, lovable, high-class big shot I've always been.
I was right. You are stuck up. Why, yesterday, you even autographed one of your own pictures, and to yourself.
Well, I had to do it, Abbott. I always wanted a picture of me.
What did you write on that picture?
With love, from one handsome guy to another.
Costello, you are a swell-headed, pompous egomaniac.
Abbott, I wish you'd tell that to my scoutmaster.
Why?
He thinks I'm a jerk.
Oh. Costello, you are becoming impossible. Everybody at the studio is talking about you.
Yeah, but they're all saying nice things.
Yeah, I wonder.
Sylvan Simon, Martin Gosh,
Yeah,
Al
I know,
Lichtman.
I
They're all
know.
speaking so nice
Yeah.
of me. Just yesterday, Margaret O'Brien paid me a compliment.
Margaret O'Brien is just a little child, and I heard what she said to you.
You did?
Yes, Margaret O'Brien said you had a face that only a mother could love.
Yeah, but did you ever see her mother?
Costello.
Banana!
Come here, Costello. You know, the way you've been chasing the girls at the studio set is disgraceful. Those actresses don't want to be bothered with you. You're not the romantic type.
Oh, is that so? Well, Judy Garland, she thinks I'm a great romantic lover. She said I reminded her of Rooney.
Judy Garland said you reminded her of Rooney?
Well, she didn't use them words, but she said every time I kissed her it was like getting a Mickey.
Listen, Costello, you're a comedian. You'll never be a lover in pictures with your face.
Now, what's wrong with my face? I'm getting prettier every day. I'm getting so pretty that I'm even making my own mother jealous.
Oh, Costello, how could you make your mother jealous?
She looks at me and gets jealous at the other mothers.
Costello, nobody is jealous of you. Why, even your new girl, Mabel Mustard Plaster, doesn't give a hoot about you.
Is that so?
Yes.
Well, it so happens, Abbott, that Mabel Mustard Plaster is stuck on me. Last night, her... I don't get it.
It so happens that last night, her and me sat in front of the fireplace and watched the coals turn red.
Do you know what made those coals turn red?
Nothing that we was doing.
Tell me, Costello, when you first met Mabel, were you infatuated?
No, but she was about half plastered.
Costello, you don't understand. I mean, when you started to woo Mabel, were you smitten?
Oh, certainly I was smitten. We were both smitten. You don't think I woo standing up, do you?
No. Oh, you idiot.
I was smitten right by the fireplace.
Please, I didn't say smitten. I said smitten. When you held hands with Mabel the first time, were you smitten?
No, sir.
You weren't smitten?
No, when I hold hands with a girl, I don't wear no smittens.
Now, look, Costello, I'm only trying to find out how you feel about Mabel Mustard Plaster. Now, if you were smitten with the girl, you might hanker for her. Did you ever hanker for her?
I even hankered with her.
Oh, no, you sap. How could you hanker for a girl?
Well, it happened last Sunday, Abbott. Mabel and I got in a rowboat and rowed way out to the end of the point. Yes. And we hankered there all day. Boy, did we have fun. I wasn't even wearing my smittens. It wasn't cold.
No, Costello. You're confusing the issue. You're talking about anchoring a boat, and I'm talking about hankering for a girl. Now, hankering is like yearning. Tell me, are you yearning for Mabel?
No, sir. I'm yearning for myself and my father.
You yearn for yourself and your father?
Yeah, I make $20 a week, and my father takes half of what I yearn.
No. Costello, when I say yearn, I don't mean earn like in earning. I mean yearn like in yearning. And to yearn, you must be smitten. If you are smitten, that constitutes infatuation.
Oh, when you say yearn, you don't mean earn like in earning. You mean yearn like in yearning. And to yearn, you must be smitten. If you are smitten, that constitutes infatuation.
Now, you've got it.
Now, I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Costello, forget about being a dramatic actor. You'll never be a success as a ladies' man.
Oh, no? Well, for your information, Mr. Abbott, there's a dozen women in Hollywood tearing their hair out just to have a date with me.
Well, why don't you go out with them?
Who wants to go out with bald-headed women?
Oh, get me out of here.
A soldier in Okinawa is lighting a camel, and so is a soldier in Stuttgart, and a welder in Detroit, and a debutante in New York, and her grandmother. And each of these camels and millions of others the world around are delivering the rich, full flavor and cool mildness always associated with the name of Camel. The flavor and mildness of a superb blend of costlier tobaccos, now as always. For this brand will not be sold down the river. War or peace, Camels are still Camels. In spite of the pressure of these times, the fantastic demand for more and more billions of Camels, costlier tobaccos, properly aged and blended in the time-honored Camel way, are being used. Why, Camels just wouldn't be Camels if green, insufficiently cured tobaccos were used. So, ask for Camels every time you buy cigarettes.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, still the cigarette of costlier tobaccos.
Folks, last week at rehearsal, a young fellow walked in the studio and started singing, and nobody stopped him. Up until a short time ago, he was an aerial gunner in a B-17, and nobody stopped him there either. And after you folks hear him tonight, I don't think you'll ever want him to stop.
Ex-aerial gunner Bob Matthews, with Will Osborne and the orchestra, sings for our Camel fans, I Should Care.
I should care. I should go around weeping. I should care. I should go without sleeping. Strangely enough, I sleep well, but for a dream or two, and I count my sheep well. Honey, how she can lull you to sleep. Oh, I should care. I should let it upset me I should care, but it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you. And I do.
Whoa! That's bad! Now what? Abbott, I've made up my mind.
What do you mean?
I ain't gonna act. No more comedy pictures. No more. I'm too pretty to be hanging off the back of fire wagons, getting basketballs bounced off of my head and having oysters squirting milk in my puss.
Oh, calm
no
down.
No more.
Calm down,
all right,
Costello.
Simon, that's
Never mind. Listen, no more of that. Now, look, you're a comedian. You can't be a dramatic actor. That takes training and background.
Oh, I got that, Abbott. My whole family was high-class actors. My Aunt Minnie was a fan dancer.
A fan dancer?
Yeah, and one time when Aunt Minnie was doing her fan dance, a mouse ran across the stage and my Aunt Minnie dropped her fans.
And what happened?
The mouse fainted.
Did they get rid of the mouse?
Huh?
Did they get rid of the mouse?
No, he had a ticket. They couldn't put him out.
Now, look, Costello, please, you don't understand. I'm talking about dramatic background like I've got. Why, when I was 12 years old, I was with the Abbey Players of Ireland.
That's nothing. When I was 12 years old, I was with the Hooky Players of Patterson.
Come in. I beg your pardon. Which one of you is Lou Costello, the great actor?
That's me.
Mr. Costello, please face my camera and give me a big smile. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. And don't forget to look in the paper tomorrow morning.
Will my picture be in?
No, but Dick Tracy's in the terrible mess.
I'll bet that guy is Measles' brother, chickenpox.
Hello, yes, this is Bud Abbott. Okay, I'll tell Costello. Hey, that was Universal Studios. They said they are sorry they won't be able to complete our latest picture, The Naughty Nineties, until they are able to secure a dramatic actress to play the final scene. They said that Betty Davis, Katharine Hepburn, Joan Fontaine, and all the other dramatic actresses are busy, and our picture will have to wait.
Did they realize that this is a half-hour program?
Why, what's wrong?
They said all that just now?
Yes.
We must be running overtime, brother.
Never mind that. Costello, this is your big chance to prove your acting ability. I'm going to get you some women's clothes. Take you to the studio, and we'll see if you're good enough to fool the director into letting you do the final scene.
But they'll recognize me. They know all the dramatic actresses.
Yes, but they don't know all the South American dramatic actresses.
Oh, I get it. You want me to be another Carmen Miranda.
That's Carmen Miranda.
With my shape, it's Miranda. Some people even think I'm astute.
All right, look. Come on, Costello. I'll take you to Professor Melonhead's School of Spanish Acting and have him coach you for the part.
Welcome. Welcome to the School of Spanish Acting, gentlemen. I am Senor Melonhead.
Senor Melonhead. I've seen your Melonhead around here for 10 weeks and it's starting to get right.
Now, Costello, I'm surprised at you. Senior Melonhead is a great artist.
Then why don't he have... where am I mixed up?
Never mind, he said I
got it. Thank you. Then why don't he paint... Never mind, on with the next line.
What's the matter with my head?
Oh, your scalp runs all the way down to your heel.
Is that so?
Oh,
young man, I'll have you know, Costello, before I married my wife, I had hair as black as the ace of spades.
Looks like your wife trumped your ace. Melonhead, was your whole family bald?
No, not exactly. Of course, for many years, my mother did have a rat in her hair.
That's no way to talk about your father.
Costello, be quiet. Senior Melonhead, Costello wants to play the part of a pretty Spanish girl. Now, can you coach him?
Can I coach him? Gentlemen, I am the greatest authority on Spanish customs. Why, I've even been a bullfighter. In my native Spain, I used to enter the arena like a matador. I faced the bull like a picador, and I fought the bull like a toreador.
And they carried you out like a cuspidor.
Shut up, Costello. Mr. Melonhead,
yes?
Did you start Costello's lessons right now?
Why, of course, I'll start his lessons immediately. Here, on this piece of paper is a simple Spanish phrase. Read it, please.
Okay. Muchas gracious,
No,
amigo?
No, not gracious. That word is gracias. You see, in Spanish, the C is pronounced TH. No. Gracias. You see? TH. You see?
Would you mind putting your head some... Get over there!
In Spanish, the TH...
In Spanish, it's pronounced TH. Huh?
That's right.
It's a good thing we don't have that in English.
Why?
Can you imagine Bing Crosby and Gary Thooper taking Claudette Colbert in a restaurant and ordering 3 cups of toffee and 3 pieces of coconut custard pie? That's threat! Get out of here!
Oh, come on.
Who writes this?
I don't know. Look, let's talk sense. Let's talk sense, Costello. Come on. Let's get on with the lessons.
Very well, Mr. Abbott. Now, Costello, we'll say that you are a lovely Spanish senorita. You meet a gay caballero at your fiesta. Now, when he sees you, he playfully clicks his castanets, and then he bangs his maracas together.
He does?
Yes. And do you know what you do?
Yeah, I hit him over the head with my fiesta.
No. You do nothing of the sort. You invite him. Look, you invite him into your home, and you cook him a delicious Spanish meal in your patio. Can you remember that?
I can remember when I didn't have a patio to cook in.
Now. All right, now, Costello, while you're cooking the meal, the caballero strolls into your kitchen. He admires your frijoli. He slyly sprinkles cheese on your tortillas, and then he pushes your enchiladas on the back of the hot stove.
He wouldn't dare. He hasn't got the nerve.
Oh, just a minute. What's the matter, Costello?
Melonhead, this time you have gone too far. I didn't mind when that cab driver clicked his gasket. I said nothing when he banged his bazookas together, right in my fiesta. But when you make him push my poor old Auntie Lottie on the back of a hot stove, you have not only impugned my good name, but you have cast a smirch on the good neighbor policy, muchas gracias, without a TH, and that's that.
Oh, get him out of here.
Figure it this way. Suppose you were in Germany now. Sure, maybe the big battle phase of the war is over, but there's still plenty of dirty fighting ahead. Long, weary slugging. You're standing at what used to be a street corner in a smashed Nazi town, and a GI comes up to you and says, "How's for a cigarette, bud?" Would you give him one? And how you would. Why, you'd even give him the last one in your pack. And that, folks, is the thing to remember when you, cozily here at home, can't get all the camels you want. You are giving your camels to that fighting pal of yours in Germany, or wherever else on the global war map he may be. Yes, it's the service first. Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, wherever they go in their winning of the war, they have first call on camels. C-A-M-E-L-S. The service first. Lovely Connie Haynes brings her camel fans one of the most popular songs of the day. With Will Osborne and the orchestra, Connie sings...
Every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around every time. Every doggone time I try romance, I'm taking a chance on losing my mind. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave until I lose those blues my sweetie gave to me. I'm gonna burn my bridges behind me. I'm gonna hate all you men. You can look, but you'll never find me behind the 8-ball again. 'Cause every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around every doggone time. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave until I lose those blues my sweetie gave to me. I'm gonna burn my bridges behind me. I'm gonna hate all your men. You can look, but you'll never find me behind the 8-ball again. Every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around, I get a pushing around. Every time I fall in love.
Well, Costello, here we are at the studio. Now, remember, you're dressed like a Spanish lady, so act like one. And please, straighten up. You're all stooped over.
I can't help it. It's a long pull from my garter belt to my socks.
Quiet. Now, remember, Costello, this is your chance to prove to the director, Mr. Technicolovich, that you're a great actress. Come on.
Ah, Mr. Abbott. And who is this beautiful young lady with you?
Mr. Technicolovich, allow me to introduce the famous South American actress, Luisa Costello.
Ah, Senor Technicolovich. Hacienda Buenos Aires, La Cienega, Sunset and Vine. What's wrong with that?
The senorita does not speak English.
Not a word.
Mr. Abbott, she is wonderful. She is the most beautiful girl I have seen since I left home.
No wonder he left home.
What? Senorita, a moment ago you didn't speak English.
I learned fast.
Oh, senorita, you are ravishing. This is the first time I ever saw a leading lady.
Stop looking at me with those eyes, brother.
But it's still the first time I ever saw a leading lady with muscles. Tonight I will take you to dinner, yes?
Yes.
And I take you to the theater, yes?
Yes.
And after that I take you to my apartment, yes?
No.
But, senorita, I have something to show you. I have etchings.
You have etchings? Then scratch yourself, brother. I'm getting out of here. Come on, Abbott. This guy's got eczema.
No. Now, wait a minute, senorita. Mr. Technicolovich is a great director. He can make you a star.
I will give her the Lubitsch touch.
If he lays a finger on me, I'll scream. Lay the finger on me.
We will make a scream.
Banana!
Now, we will make a screen test immediately.
Hey, Abbott, this is what I've been waiting for. No more comedy for me. Nice, dignified acting.
Now, quiet. Now we will take the scene. Senorita, this is a love triangle. You will play the part of the other woman.
Why can't the other woman play her own part?
Now, be quiet.
I mean, I don't want to take some other poor woman's job away.
Now, quiet, please.
But after all, I'm...
Now, the scene opens with you in the arms of your lover. Action.
Ah, my fiery Latin beauty. Let me put my arms around your waist.
You think you can make it?
Ah, you are so gorgeous. You have the kind of hair I love to touch. You have the kind of eyes I love to gaze into. You have the kind of lips I love to kiss. You have the kind of throat that I love to...
Cut! Senorita, you are too cold. Have you never been in love? What do you do when a man tries to kiss you?
I belt him in a kisser.
Will you be quiet?
I mean, but I'm only trying to tell you that there's a limit.
Now continue the scene. Camera, action.
You big, strong man. Let me take you in my arms.
Ouch! Ah! Senorita, please, don't bend the actors.
But I was only...
Quiet!
I mean, I was just...
Quiet!
I mean, after all...
Shut up!
That is Sylvan Simon if I ever seen a guy.
Now the jealous wife comes in and catches you making love to her husband. Action!
Aha! So this is what goes on behind my back. You Latin cheater, where's my gun?
Oh, wait a minute, Matilda. Put down that gun. The senorita and I love each other until death do us part.
And I think that's what's going to part us. Hey, Abbott, please take me back to funny pictures.
Oh, you're doing great, Costello. You'll never have to do slapstick comedy again. No more rough stuff. No more falling down to get laughs. No more getting pies thrown into your face.
All right, quiet.
He was only trying to...
Shut up, you! Now, continue the scene. Camera.
Oh, you fat double-crossing husband stealer. I'll break this chair over your head.
Take this lemon pie, the pie that I baked for your husband.
But you used my eggs, so the pie belongs to me.
It's my pie.
It is not. It's my pie.
It's my pie.
Cut. I'll settle this. This bickering is disgraceful. Senorita Costello, give me that pie.
What did you say?
I want that pie. Give me that pie.
Okay, but remember, you asked for it.
Costello will be back for Camel Cigarettes in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Staff Sergeant Raymond Simmons of Decatur, Illinois. In a Philippine battle, he killed 7 Japs with his rifle and wounded several others. Then he was wounded too. For 2 days, the Japs left him lying in the blazing sun, left him there as bait for rescue parties they could shoot down. On the second night, however, though critically wounded, he pulled out and escaped back to our own land. In your honor, Sergeant Simmons, the makers of camels are sending to our fighters overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 2 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 500,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are fighting, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen again next Thursday to Abbott and Costello.
As General Eisenhower has said, every man in this Allied command is quick to express his admiration for the loyalty, courage, and fortitude of the officers and men of the Merchant Marine. Now, skilled seamen and experienced officers are needed more than ever before for the final push to victory. This is vital. This is an emergency. No beginners, but skilled, experienced men. Wire collect Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C., giving your rating, license, and address.
And now, here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
How did you like your experience as a dramatic star?
Abbott, you can have that dramatic stuff. I'll stick to skooking.
What's cooking?
Nothing much. What's cooking with you?
Oh, get him out of here. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Yes, folks, be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
Science is wonderful and all that, but one thing they haven't got around to yet is what I'd like to call smell-o-vision. Brother, how I'd like to be able to waft the fragrance of Prince Albert smoke over this microphone and right to your critical nostrils. Then I wouldn't have to say a word. You just head straight for the nearest package of Prince Albert and load up your pet pipe. And you'd find not only fragrance, but flavor. Rich, full-bodied, real He-Man tobacco flavor, but no tongue bite, no sir. Because Prince Albert gets special no-bite treatment that gets cheers from your tongue. Crimp cut, too, for perfect packing, easy drawing, and even burning. And a beaut of a bargain, Prince Albert, just about 50 pipefuls per package. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry for nearly 19 years, bringing the real authoritative American folk music and fun to Southern radio audiences, and now broadcast coast to coast. Remember Grand Ole Opry every Saturday night on NBC.
The Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The secret word is name. N-A-M-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho meets our first contestants in just 1 minute.
Hello there. This is Leo DeRocher. You know, I've seen a lot of baseball in my time, and most of it from somewhere on the infield. From the minor leagues in Atlanta and St. Paul as far back as 1925, right through the majors, as a shortstop and as a manager. Played with and against some of baseball history's all-time greats. Now, when you've spent so many years at a game, you're bound to know it inside out and backwards and forwards. You kind of have a feeling for how things are going to break, even before they break. And you also kind of enjoy sitting down of an evening with friends and talking shop, rehashing the day's doings and trying to call the shots on what might happen the next day. Well, that's exactly what we do every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday night on Nightline. So draw up a chair and join me when we talk baseball on Nightline. Tomorrow night over most of these NBC stations.
Here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100. George, who's first?
Sanita Pelkey is waiting to talk to you now. And her partner is a special guest, one of the best-known names in the world of bridge, Mr. Charles Gorin. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide it up. This isn't going to be easy, this next one.
I didn't expect you'd say hello to me, Groucho. When
I have no intention of saying hello to you. In fact, you can leave now, as far as I'm concerned. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. And, brother, that isn't all you have with you. Mr. Gorin, I'm glad to see you.
Thank you. I'm glad I was noticed at long last.
That's the last time I'll look at you tonight. Mr. Gorin, I'm impressed to have you up here. Your name is a household word among millions of bridge players. But don't let that go to your head, Mr. Gorin, because Drano is a household word, too. Now then, what kind of pinochle do you play?
As a matter of fact, I was weaned on pinochle.
You were?
That was my first game.
Is that so? We used milk in our house. Well, we'll cross that bridge after I tilt with this little tootsie over here. Huh? What is it?
Sunita.
Oh, Sunita. Well, that's a very pretty name. And you're a very pretty girl. Does your name have any translation?
Well, Groucho, it means health or healthy or something like that.
They picked the right name for you, Sunita. If I ever saw anyone who's bursting with health, this is it. How do you account for this large amount of beauty and health?
Well, Groucho, I think it's sports and good eating habits.
You mean a lot of sports have filled you up with a lot of food? Is that...
Well,
what are some of your good eating habits? Can you eat peas with a knife?
No, but I eat liver and yogurt for breakfast every morning.
What a schweinerei, huh? Yogurt and liver? You know, it's bad enough to have to get up in the morning and look at the morning paper without having to stare at yogurt and liver besides. Why do you eat yogurt and liver?
Well, Groucho, yogurt and liver have a lot of B vitamins, and most people lack B vitamins.
You don't lack anything, kid. I'll come back to you very quickly. I'll call you Tommy, is that right?
Well, it's all right, except that if you call me Charlie, I'm more apt to answer to it, because that happens to be my name.
Oh, Charlie, huh? You said yogurt and liver, and that's the secret word. So you get $50, and Tiny Tim gets $50. Charlie, you look very familiar. Did we ever meet before?
Yes, we did, a great many years ago, and I don't want to reveal the length of time it's been.
Oh, I don't mind.
You don't?
I've lost her anyhow.
You remember I'll Say She Is?
Yes, I do. I'm still using the jokes from I'll Say She Is. Were you in that show? Were you a chorus boy in that show?
No, but my favorite partner was a chorus girl in one of your later shows, Coconuts.
Is that so?
Her name now is Helen Silbo. She's the greatest woman bridge player in the world. But at that time, her name was
a chorus girl in the Coconuts?
She was a chorus girl in the Coconuts.
Well, how did we meet? I don't remember. Did you come backstage to see your
I was supposed to teach you and your brothers to play bridge.
Oh. Well, what happened?
Well, I mentioned in passing right at the start that bridge was played with a deck consisting of 52 cards, at which point you rose and said that's as much as you could absorb in one lesson and out you went.
Well, it's true. I can't concentrate that long. The only game I like to play is Old Maid. Providing she isn't too old. Where are you from, Chuck?
Well, you might say I'm from Philadelphia.
What did you do there?
Well, I received my elementary education there, and when I left Philadelphia long enough to go up to Canada to get further education, and I was indiscreet enough to study law, and I became a lawyer.
And then you went back to Philadelphia, and you were a Philadelphia lawyer, huh? Well, is it true what they say about Philadelphia lawyers?
I don't know. What do they say about Philadelphia lawyers?
He's a Philadelphia lawyer, all right. How old are you, Charlie?
I'm 56.
56. How long have you been married?
I haven't been married yet, but I haven't given up hope.
Have you given up Crosby? You really prefer solitaire to honeymoon bridge? How about a romance with Sunita here?
Well,
would you like to? Wouldn't you like to marry her?
I certainly would, any minute. But I have an idea she has one or two boyfriends lurking in the wings.
How old are you, Sunit? I'll call you Sunit, huh?
Sonny.
Sonny?
21.
Married?
No.
You play bridge?
No, I don't. I play gin rummy and Chinese checkers.
Chinese checkers you play? Would you like to forget gin rummy and Chinese checkers and learn to play a real game?
Yes.
How would you like to learn to play from the world's greatest authority?
Well, I'd like Mr. Gorin to teach me bridge very much.
Who's talking about Gorin? What's more important, who's talking about bridge? Sunita, I pride myself on being able to guess occupations. I've been doing it so long. And I'd say offhand that you're a differential calculus teacher at Caltech. Is that right? Is that right?
No, Groucho.
You're not?
No. I'm a dancer and a showgirl at the Moulin Rouge.
Moulin Rouge? Well, that's a very fine place. What do you do there?
Well, I actually walk around with an hour-shaped figure dress.
You just walk around? This is your entire occupation?
At the present, yes.
An hourglass dress, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Must be the early part of the hour, huh? Sunita, have you done any modeling?
Yes, I have, Groucho.
You won any contests?
Yes, that also. I've been Miss New York State this year, Miss Universe pageant, and I've been Miss Smiles, Miss St. George, Miss National Salami, Miss Potato Salad.
You were Miss National Salami? Well, is that anything like Miss Potato Salad? Or did you get them both together?
No, they were separate.
All you needed was coffee, huh? Well, what was this? You say you were Miss National Salami. Have you ever hung in a delicatessen window? Well, Charlie, besides marking cards and dealing from the bottom of the deck, just what do you do to keep busy?
Well, I've got lots to do to keep me busy. I have a daily column that I write for about 200 papers around the country. I usually have a book that I'm revising. I've recently taken on the bridge feature of Sports Illustrated magazine.
Oh. Well, what is your latest book called?
It's called Contract Bridge Complete. That is the new Contract Bridge Complete.
Yeah. Have you ever had a perfect hand,
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I had it in the days, I had it rather as a
When you were going with that chorus girl, you mean?
Yes. As a matter of fact, it was before that time. There was a type of game we called goulash. So I actually had it in the middle.
Well, there's a Hungarian in the audience here tonight. And at the word of goulash, he starts frothing at the mouth, and you got to be very careful.
Well, I have to be careful to tell him I had 13 clubs in one hand and never got a chance to bid.
How come?
Because it was up to 7 spades before it got round to me.
Now, is this clear to you? Well, Sunita, you've heard a lot about bridge. Now, be honest. Which do you prefer, bridge or Chinese checkers?
I think I still like Chinese checkers.
Why?
Well, Groucho, it only takes 2 people to play it, and...
Sunita, I happen to know another game that you can play. And, suppose some evening I called on you, Sunita, and I warn you, I know nothing about Chinese checkers. Now, what would we do?
Well, Groucho, you have a large board, and it's full of holes. And each man...
You're describing me like a piece of Swiss cheese.
Each man has 10 marbles, and the object of the game is to get your marbles on the other side of the board before you do.
Look, if I called on you some evening and I spent all my time playing Chinese checkers, you can be sure of one thing. I've certainly lost all my marbles. Well, it's been fun having Mr. Bridge on the show tonight, to say nothing of having Miss National Salami. Let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, you selected as your category salami and potato salad.
Groucho, at this point, I'd like to beg leave to check out and give my position to some young, deserving man that might improve his state in life.
That's very nice. Now, is there a deserving young man in the audience? Is there a sailor or a soldier or somebody to come up here and pinch hit? What about an usher? Get on your feet there. I'll see to that, huh?
Here, I think we'd better pause while we have a chance and take care of some important business. We'll be back in just 1 minute to continue You Bet Your Life.
Men, maybe you've forgotten how different a good old-fashioned ale can taste. But once you taste Pabst Old Tankard Ale, you won't forget it. It's an ale to remember, with a genuine dry flavor that conjures up visions of old England and wayside pubs where armored heroes could refresh their thirsts. For a night's reward, ask for Pabst Old Tankard Ale. Look for the copper knight on bottles and copper cans. Ask for it at your tavern. Another fine product of Pabst Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Now, you selected as your category hieroglyphics. Is that right?
What? I was sitting up there. I don't know.
Your partner here selected Mother Goose Rhymes. She figured this would be something that... All right, I'm going to ask you some questions. If you miss 2 in a row...
Liver and yogurt?
Now, if you get 4 in a row right, it'll be a miracle. That's all I got. Now, Annie, if you win any money, what are you going to do with it?
No, I have a very pet organization of mine. This is the Save the Children Federation that I have.
Well, don't you regard Sunita as a pet?
No? Well, I mean, if you want to double the money, we can split it with the kids. And
Did you see him in Madball? Pretty funny in that, eh? Well, if you see it around and you haven't seen it, go see it because he's wonderful in it. It's a very funny picture. Are you ready?
When?
Here we go around the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, mulberry bush. Tell me when we do it. When do you go around the mulberry bush?
Early in the morning.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's cold and
I didn't even know
morning.
that, to be honest with you. I didn't know that.
Well, you don't have to be honest with me. You never have up to now.
You have one right.
Thanks.
You bet.
Doesn't like he's mad at me.
Cryptic dialogue, huh? What did little Jack Horner pull out of his Christmas pie in addition to his thumb?
A plum.
I'd rather not say.
Plum. She knew.
Oh, plum.
Hey, she's making a bum out of you.
A plum, that's right. She's right.
You now have two right.
Yeah. We now have two right.
You do.
Yeah. Who went to see silver buckles at his knee?
That's a darn good question.
Yes, it is, huh?
Anybody out there know that?
Hello out there.
Do you know this? Let's try. What's the one with the pussycat and the boots and all that jazz?
That comes much later, huh?
Oh, that's...
Well, this was Bobby Shafto.
Ooh.
Bobby Shafto. I think he's an agent. He handles some matters.
Is this the answer, Bobby
Yeah,
Shafto?
on the square.
I've never heard of this in my life.
Yeah. Me either.
Have you?
Now, in what rhyme?
You have one wrong now.
I know that. I know that.
He's a kind of a sadistic mind he has.
First time he smiled when we got one wrong, too, I think.
It looks like he's going to do plenty of laughing here tonight. in the rhyme, 1, 2, buckle my shoe, what rhymes with 9, 10?
Big fat hen.
Two right, right?
One wrong. One right. No, you go back. You see, you go back.
All right, now this is a cinch.
Yeah.
Some like peas porridge hot, some like it cold. Now, how do the others like it?
In a pot, 9. You want to take
Days
it?
old.
That's very, very
How many have we got right now?
Two right.
Two right.
Two right.
Why did Pussycat go to London? Seems kind of silly.
Is this any particular pussycat?
No. Pussycat, where
to see the Jack of Spades or the Queen. It was the Queen.
That's
the Queen,
right? Yeah.
The Queen.
You now have 3 right.
Is it right? If it's not right, I retract it.
Yeah.
No, it's right.
It's right. I stand.
Now, here comes the coup de grace. This knocks you flat.
In front of the least Pete?
Yes. Now, who saw Cock Robin die?
Wait a minute. Let's be careful. Let's not rush into this, shall we? It was. Does it have wings and 6 legs?
I know that. That's a garbage wagon. Who saw Cock Robin die?
I'm going to see if he has anything in his face when I do little hints. He smiled, but he's tricky.
I'm smiling your stupidity.
I said the fly with my little eye.
That's right. The fly is right. You don't have to go any further.
With my eye.
You won this
You got 4 in a row. You won $1,000.
Now, you won this girl and $1,000.
Name.
Thank you very much.
It's dishonest, but since this is counterfeit money, we don't care. It's $50 for you. You've got 100 now, and 50 for you.
Thank you. Great.
Now,
Thank you very much.
It's all safe. Now, you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000.
What president was this? Jim Clinton.
He made coach for the Army and Navy. You may even get a chance at $10,000, Ernie. So go over there and sit down.
I wouldn't know what to do with it. Oh, I sit down with her?
With Sunita.
Okay.
And think it over. And if we don't see you later, I'll get in touch with Edie.
And that means Sunita Pelkey and Ernie Kovacs can risk half of their winnings to try for $10,000.
George, who's going to try for the $10,000?
Sunita Pelkey and Ernie Kovacs are coming back.
Now, you won $1,000. Now, if you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with $500. What are you going to do?
You wouldn't want to give us a hint on the question.
No.
All right.
No, we don't want to fool around with that. Well, the kids' money. See, now it's not my money anymore. You see, it's not mine, and she doesn't want to fool around with hers.
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, that's your privilege. Congratulations, and thanks for being on the show. You bet your life.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Well, sir, it's about 7:30 o'clock as we join our friends at the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here they are in the living room, settled for a quiet evening at home. Vic is established at the library table, gazing blankly at a sheet of writing paper. Sade and young Rush sit side by side on the davenport with sections of the newspaper. Complete silence has prevailed for the past quarter hour, but now the master of the menage throws down his pencil disgustedly, saying,
I can't get anywhere with this.
What is it you're doing?
Trying to fix up a biography of Hank Gutstop.
Oh, for mercy's sake. I thought you had important office work there.
Well, this is important enough. Lodge headquarters dropped me a letter today in which they requested a brief, pithy paragraph about the exalted Little Dipper, the drowsy Venus chapter. Well, that's Hank. Seems they're running short biographies of all the exalted Little Dippers in the lodge. My trouble is I can't think of anything to say about Hank.
They're introducing a new character in the 3rd Lieutenant Stanley book I got here, Gov. Copy it.
What's it say?
Jack Woodward, a sturdy, well-built lad of 15, loved the great out-of-doors. You can change that to Hank Gutstop, a sturdy, well-built lad of 39, loves the great out-of-doors.
And that's true, too. I saw him asleep on the Illinois Central Depot platform just this afternoon.
You people are a great help.
There's something for the Lodge magazine?
Yeah, next issue.
Gov, Jack Woodward had straight, even teeth, the color of rich cream. There was a streak of mischief in his makeup, and he loved to play boyish pranks on his 4 elder brothers, who were all feeble-minded.
All right,
One
Mr.
afternoon...
Funny Man, that's enough side-splitting comedy. Difficulty is I can't think of any items to Hank's special credit.
Neither can I.
I mean, there don't seem to be anything outstanding about Hank. He's a peach of a fella and a conscientious worker in the lodge, but he lacks...
polish.
You were being witty?
No.
Hank lacks distinction. He's never done anything that's exciting. Headquarters sent me a few sample biographies to give me an idea what they want, but the darn things don't help a bit.
Well, read one once.
Where'd I put that letter? Oh, here.
Jack Woodward was well-versed in Indian lore and knew all the secrets of the forest. The rabbits and squirrels were his playmates, and even the birds in the trees responded to...
I wonder if we could have it quiet.
Thought you might pick up some hints from this.
Okay, Sade. J. Ralph Gunsport of Sleever, Montana, is a crack shot with bow and arrow. Recently, he shot his brother-in-law's hat off at a distance of 40 yards. Grasp the idea?
Yeah.
J. Ralph Gunsport is the exalted Little Dipper of the Delirious Dachshund chapter. Editors of the Lodge magazine want short items about all of the exalted Little Dippers. Just a line or two, see? But the line has to have some punch in it. What's outstanding about Hank, I can write.
He sings.
Oh, that's out.
Why?
It says in the letter I received today that they want no reference to singing ability. Seems they tried this stunt once before, and the whole outfit of exalted Little Dippers claimed that they were singers.
That's too bad.
It is. Because Hank really is a vocalist. Wasn't for the doggone restriction, my item would be all cut and dry.
Sure. Hank Gutstop is a talented baritone. His rendition of Would That These Pale Hands Chrysanthemums Might Gather is always received with wild applause.
Exactly. But no soap. Kiddo, here's another thumbnail biography sample. Wilbur Atwood of Flex Creek, Ohio, is known extensively as a contortionist of no mean ability. When he's feeling right, Mr. Atwood can put one foot in his mouth and the other foot on the nape of his neck.
Oh, ish.
See, that's quite a trick.
And here's another one. H.L. Fleib of Weekly, Arizona, puts in his spare time making money. Mr.
Counterfeiter?
Huh?
Is he a counterfeiter?
No. Never let me finish. H.L. Fleib of Weekly, Arizona, puts in his spare time making money. Mr. Fleib carries a paper route.
Oh.
And there's still another. Harry O. Fox of East Filchman, Minnesota, is noted for his strength. Mr. Fox amuses his friends by picking up his mother and tossing her bodily to the roof of her residence, a height of 18 feet.
Oh, my.
Or Arlo Skeely of Hook, Alabama, has gained recognition as a poet. Prisoners in the local jail were recently forced to memorize 50 verses of his poet on the subject, Teacher, I've Been a Bad, Bad Boy. You see, these little paragraphs have all got punch.
Have you made any stabs at writing a biography on Hank?
Oh, a few, but they're no good. Got no zip. I say here, Hank Gutstop is mighty well liked by his fellow Sky Brothers in the Drowsy Venus chapter. Mr. Gutstop is extremely fond of cigars. I know it's weak, but doggone it, I've racked my brains. I want to do right by Hank, you know, but what in thunder can I say?
He can sleep 10 hours at a stretch on the Illinois Central Depot platform.
I doubt if that information would rebound to Hank's credit. It would cause his lips to curl and eyebrows to raise.
Yeah, I suppose. The human race would get the idea he was a loafer.
Exactly. Then here's another effort. It isn't any better than the first. Hank Gutstop often indulges in loud, ringing laughter. He enjoys humorous anecdotes. See? No punch. Hank Gutstop is healthy.
Is that another biography?
Yeah.
Kind of a short biography.
Well, at least it's to the point. In fact, I rather think I like the flavor of it. Hank Gutstop is healthy. Hank Gutstop is healthy. Say, don't you think the very simplicity of that has a vigorous charm?
Hank Gutstop is healthy?
Yeah.
A little on the skimpy side, ain't it?
That's its virtue. Hank Gutstop is healthy. Hank Gutstop is healthy.
Oh, goodness, Vic.
What's the matter?
So much fuss and feathers over one little dinky sentence.
Well, it's the fact that it's one little dinky sentence that makes it imperative that each word be carefully weighed in the balance. If I was writing an essay on Hank, I could slap along as careless as a horse. This way, though, every letter in every word stands out vividly clear.
Oh.
Hank Gutstop is healthy. Yep, I believe I'll send that in just as it is.
Hey, in the rummy gun.
Okay.
I suggest we have a 6-game tournament where
Hey,
we both...
you know what I bet would be a good idea?
Consult
Hank on this. Believe I'll do it. I'll telephone the Royal Throne 25-cent barbershop. That's where he generally hangs out this time of the evening.
Try to be getting the cards out the door?
Yeah.
Did you know Charlie Razor-Scum and Mrs. Harris's roomer, Mr. Sludge, both get their hair cut in at that seedy establishment? Well, they do.
8963W, please. Correct. Might have to sell Hank on this. Liable to think it's a pretty doggone short biography.
Hank Gutstop is healthy. Yeah, he is liable to think it's short.
But that's its charm. It's brief, pointed, and punchy. No embroidery or wordiness. Pure simplicity. Hello, Ed? Vic Cook, Ed. Say, is Hank Gutstop on deck tonight? Oh, hasn't been around, huh? Well, it wasn't anything important. No, how are you feeling, Ed? Uh-huh. Oh, well, that's good. Oh, fine as silk, thanks. Well, look, Ed, if Hank does happen to mosey along, you might ask him to give me a ring. Dandy. Okay, Ed. So long. No, that's its charm. Julius Caesar said, Vini, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. And those 3 words have resounded down through the ages. A compact statement is a good statement. Hank Gutstop is healthy. I'm pleased with my work.
Oh, work.
I'll tell you another brief speech that will never die.
All right.
You've heard of the Indian chieftain Black Hawk. Black Hawk was standing on the side of the mountain, gazing down into the valley. He was looking for enemy Chippewas. An enemy Chippewa slunk up behind him with a hatchet. The hatchet flashed through the air, and Black Hawk's skull was cracked open. Ouch, said Black Hawk calmly. Ouch. Just that one word. And now all over the world, whenever a human being is injured, he says, ouch.
Is that the truth?
Sure. Ouch. Hank Gutstop is healthy. Hank Gutstop is healthy.
Hey, Gov, come on. I got the rummy hands all dolled out.
Telephone's ringing.
I'll get it probably, Hank.
Might be Fred and Ruthie feeling like 500.
Or Bluetooth Johnson wanting the 8 cents I owe him.
Hello? Oh, yes, Ed. Well, is he there? Well, can I speak to him? Oh, I see. Uh-huh. Well, okay, Ed. You bet, Ed. Thanks just the same, Ed. All right, Ed. Goodbye, Ed.
Barbershop fella.
Yeah. Doggone it.
What's the matter?
Hank Gutstop is sick.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Quiet, everybody. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat? Make these. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. I guess who's coming down tonight? The man who made musical criticism a household word. No, not President Truman. There was no household word. No, it's Deems Taylor. Deems. You know, like in Deems, Dem and Does. You never heard of him. But Duffy's an institution. Deems is to American music what gratin is to cheese. Look, Duffy, remember when we used to turn on the radio and listen to them dull concerts, you know? Well, he's the guy that used to liven them up with that dull talk. That's the guy, yeah, from the Philharmonica. It was his job to kind of blab about what was going on the stage, sort of a combination of stool pigeon and peeping Tom. Huh? Oh, yes, very distinguished, you know, austere and dignified, aristocratic, bald-headed. Yeah, bald as a bat. He's the only actor on television that can get away with showing more flesh than Dagmar. Well, he's coming down tonight to listen to an opera I wrote for television. Look, Duffy, a crude, vulgar sound like that don't make you no Deems Taylor. So many people don't seem to like television. Well, let's see here. I better check this opera to see if I made any mistakes. Let's see. Act 1. The curtain rises. That's your first mistake. Quiet, Bats. As the opera opens, the Duke has lost his entire fortune. As he comes home from his mother's funeral, he learns that his son has been run over by a beer truck. So, racked with fever and malaria, he walks into his house, and he finds his wife in the arms of his best friend. So, turning to the audience, he stabs himself with his dagger as he sings, "Oh, what a beautiful morning." Well, that part's okay. I just wonder what I should call this opera. What would be a good title for an opera, Fats? Longren? Yeah, that sounds a little corny. How about Pagliacci? No, it don't sound like it'd be a name that would catch on. How about Figaro? Don't be silly, that's a fertilizer. Well, we're getting close. What do you mean? Don't mind, when I want lousy criticism, I'll ask Deems Taylor for it. Who's Deems Taylor? Who is Deems Taylor? He only happens to be such a big name in the music world, he has his own key to the washroom at the Met. That's one guy that knows everything there is to know about music.
Yeah? Then why ain't he got his own band?
That's, he's a critic. You know, the guy ain't got no talent himself. He's just an authority. He tells other people what's wrong with them, you know. He can take any opera, say like Tannenbaum, you know. He can tell you exactly how many notes there is on page 16.
Suppose nobody asked him.
Deems is the type of man who will tell them anyway. Yep, he can even tell you anything you want to know about any composer, living or dead.
Oh,
hello, Finnegan.
Hey, what's that you're writing?
I'm knocking out an opera.
Oh. Say, Arch, could you use a good soprano?
Who's the soprano?
Me.
Finnegan, in order to be a soprano, you got to be a dame.
Oh, then it wouldn't be worth it.
You were singing.
What's the matter, singer? I've been studying. You want to hear me sing up the scale?
Perish forbid.
Oh, listen.
That was up the scale. Now, leave me hear you sing down the scale. Well, his voice ain't bad, but he's got a horrible sense of direction.
Well, Art, you can't have everything.
Look, who learned you to sing like that anyhow, Miss Duffy?
No, wasn't Miss Duffy. I learned it from listening to the birds.
To the birds?
Exactly. Birds can sing better than anybody.
Birds can sing. What are you talking? People can sing rings around birds anytime.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Take Lily Punch. She can hit an F above a high C.
While balancing herself on a telephone wire?
Well...
Or scratching herself behind the ear with her left leg?
Okay, Finnegan, you made your point. Nothing the hard way. And now leave me get back to my opera. Now, let me see.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. Don't bother me here for a minute. I'm busy now. As the curtain goes up, revealing the second cadenza, our hero enters.
You know, Archie, everything you write always has the stamp of your personality on it.
Yeah?
Your work is always so... what's the word?
Individual?
No.
Unique?
No.
Imaginative?
No.
I'm afraid your vocabulary is lousy.
That's the word, lousy. Now, if you ask me...
I ain't asking you. What do women know about composing music anyhow?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Could I take part in this conversation?
All right, Finnegan. What do you want to say?
Oh, yeah?
Miss Duffy, I defy you if you can name me one great woman composer who was a member of the female sex.
A great woman composer? Joan Sebastian Bach.
Well, her, yeah, but... But that's just one. Let me see you name another.
Paderewski.
Paderewski was a guy.
I am referring to his mother. She was a woman.
What's that got to do with it?
Who do you think beat him so he'd learn to play the piano?
Oh, why do I waste my time?
Archie, you seem to forget that I have a musical background.
Only when you're standing in front of a jukebox. Where did you get a musical background?
From my grandfather.
Your grandfather?
Yeah, he was a musician.
A musician? He was an organ grinder on a hurdy-gurdy. Some musician.
Just a minute. In Daniel Webster's dictionary, a musician is defined as one who produces music, right?
So?
What do you think came out of that hurdy-gurdy? Chopped liver?
Okay, so your grandfather was another McRananoff.
He was better. I'd like to see how good McRananoff could play with a cop chasing him down the street.
Or sitting on a telephone wire scratching his hair with his left leg. So this is what you call a musical background, huh?
How about Papa?
What about him?
He's always singing.
Your old man always sings?
Certainly. Every time he's in the bathtub.
And he'd be much better off if he sang off next.
Oh, yeah? Have you ever heard him sing Sweet Adeline?
Only once, a duet with a lamppost. The lamppost sounded better. Let's see. As the curtain goes up, the Duke has stabbed everybody on the stage. So, not wishing to go out into the audience, he now stabs himself. As he gasps for breath, he pulls up his sleeve, and there, to his surprise, he finds a birthmark. It is a Salisbury strawberry. Be good cat, he yells. I am my own half-brother.
Oh, Mr. Archie.
Yeah, Fats?
You want to taste this soup to see if it's all right?
Okay. Tastes all right.
I don't know what it is, but I'll tell you one thing, Archie.
What?
You are sipping it in E-flat.
Deems Taylor! Well, Deems, glad to see you back at the tavern again. How does the whole place look to you?
Well, now I know how Orpheus felt in Hades.
This I ain't acquainted with. Have you any other observations?
Well, I must compliment you on one thing, Archie.
What's that?
The way you've arranged the customers in such neat piles.
I suppose you're used to the Metropolitan where they sleep sitting up. But don't underestimate this place, Deems. You know something?
What?
Irving Berlin himself sat at this very table, and he himself wrote that music right there on that tablecloth.
Oh, that's what it is on that tablecloth. Let me see. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch!
What happened?
One of the half notes just jumped off the table and bit my hand.
Guess it was just professional jealousy.
Well, this has all been very delightful. Now I think I'll go.
Go! But you just got here.
Can you think of a better time?
But we ain't even chit-chatted, Deems. Tell me what you've been doing. You've been working on FM?
FM?
Yeah, television. You should be great on it, huh?
Well, to be frank, I am rather photogenic.
Well, everybody's scared at first. I understand that even when Milton Berle started, his hair stood right on... You wouldn't have to worry about that.
Archie, please, I'm a little sensitive about my departed pompadour.
Oh, sorry.
It's a rather sad chapter in my life.
Yeah, sensitive, huh? Well, then, leave us not talk about it.
Thank you.
Not at all. Not at all. We'll talk about something else.
Yes.
Tell me, how'd you get so baldy, Deems?
Well, I gave my hair to my profession.
You gave your hair to your profession?
Yes, I was attending a rehearsal of an Indian opera. Naturally, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was scalped.
Well, you can't say the Indian wasn't thorough. But being a thoughtless mine host, how about a bite to eat, Deems? Fats, take Mr. Taylor's order, huh?
What have you, Fats?
Well, would you like the 30-cent dinner or the 50-cent dinner?
What's the difference?
With the 50-cent dinner, you get a fly swatter.
Give me the 50-cent dinner. I need the exercise.
What is it, Finnegan?
Who's the guy with the crew haircut?
The crew bailed out. Finnegan, come here. This happens to be Deems Taylor, and he's very sensitive about it, his lack of no hair, see? So remember, don't mention hair when you're talking to him.
Oh, not a word. I leave it to me. Well, Deems Taylor, as I live and breathe.
Oh, you do, don't you? And simultaneously, too.
Hey, is it okay to talk to the guy?
Yeah, only remember what I told you.
I got you. A nice day today, ain't it?
Certainly is.
My, but you're looking well.
Why, thank you.
Tell me, who does your scalp? What's the matter? Did I let it slip?
Talk to the guy about something else. Talk about music.
Oh, okay. Say it, Mr. Taylor. Why do I always get you confused with Spike Jones?
Because you're a jerk.
Oh, that's it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Now, Archie, you're much too intolerant. Finnegan has to be treated with understanding and patience. Finnegan, my friend.
Yeah?
Spike Jones is an exponent of jazz and musical burlesque.
Oh.
While I, on the other hand, am what they call a long hair.
What'd you do, leave it home?
Archie, what was that word you used a moment ago?
Jerk.
Thank you. Finnegan, you're a jerk. Beat it.
Boy, Deems.
I say, Archie, this is a surprise. I knew you had a piano here, but I didn't know it was a baby grand.
I beg your pardon.
Deems, this is Miss Duffy.
Oh.
The piano's the one over there with the shapely legs.
So you're Deems Taylor, the well-known critic.
That's right.
So what have you got to be so critical about?
Miss Duffy, that's his job. The guy criticizes music.
Do you hate music?
No, I love it.
Then why criticize it? Why don't you criticize architecture?
Really, I haven't the slightest interest in architecture.
That's right. Throw Katrinka Yarbutz's mother out of work.
Katrinka Yarbutz's mother?
She's a steeplejack.
How did Katrinka Yarbutz get into this?
I suppose she's not welcome just because she's from Lithuania.
Miss Duffy, look, I'm only trying to tell you that my field is music.
So what's wrong with the music from Lithuania?
Miss Duffy, please, let's drop the subject and go on to something, shall I say, more important.
Well, I know it's mean, but frankly, you're much too old for me. In fact, you remind me of my father.
Well, that makes us even. You remind me of my father.
Look, Miss Duffy, you have just been exited. Now, look, Deems, I got a little surprise for you.
Another?
Yep. Yeah, I guess a lot of morons come to you with operas they have written. Huh?
Oh, that's right. Where's yours?
Right here. And it's the first opera ever wrote for television. It's years ahead of its time.
I can wait.
But I can't. So, why don't you take it over in the corner and read it, just quiet like.
Couldn't I scream just once?
Well, if the mood seizes you.
Let me look at this. You say you wrote this opera for television?
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to do? Bring back radio? Say, Archie.
Yeah, Deems.
It says here on the opera, written by Archini. Is that you?
Good. I figured Archie was too plain for opera, so I decided to adopt a musical name, a metronome. Well, tell me, Deems, did you look over the opera?
Yes.
What do you think of it?
Well, considering the fact that you never went to school, it's horrible.
Now, look, Deems, you're just looking at the raw music. It'll sound better when you hear yourself singing it.
I would rather drop dead.
Not until the second act. Well, what do you say? Will you sing it, yes or no?
No.
No, huh? Deems, I got 23 more bald-headed jokes.
You have?
Yeah. Toreador. Glad to have you in the cast. Now, here, Finnegan, Miss Duffy, here's your parts. Fats, you're the orchestra. Overture, please. Thank you. Ladies and gents, I am honored to present a new opera wrote by my esteemed self. This opera tells the story of an ancient and royal Italian family named the Pastos and their enemies, the Antipastos. The part of Prince Cacciatore, Pasto, will be sung by Mr. Deems Taylor, our eminent contemporary and mezzo barracuda. Now, the part of his sweetheart, Princess Vermicelli Antipasto, will be sung by the well-known lyric falsetto and popular cashier and girl after men about town, Miss Duffy. Thank you. And now the house lights dim and the curtain rises on the first libretto.
Oh, Cacciatore, how can I live without you?
Oh, Vermicelli, I'm so mad about you.
Oh, Moon.
Oh, June.
Egad.
Boy, is this bad.
Please, Mr. Taylor. Tonight, you are not a critic. You are merely a broken-down opera singer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Granted.
Oh, what a tragedy.
As you are telling me.
Here, shall we laugh or cry?
You laugh, and I will cry.
Ha, 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 ho, ho.
Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh.
Some tragedy.
Archie.
Yeah?
This music,
Yes?
it's La Donna Immobile.
Thanks, and it gets even better. Continue, orchestra.
Oh, princess. Oh, princess. A man cometh through the forest.
It's my trusty servant, an old family container.
Oh, princess, princess, whither art thou?
I wither here. Whither art thou? What hides you hence?
I come tying sad berries, tying bad berries. I get, you know, I got news for you. Princess, your old man, the Baron Gorgonzola Antipasto, approaches forthwith. He has found out that you are in love with this son of a mortal enemy.
Oh, quickly, Cacciatore, we must flee. Flee, 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 flee. Stop tragedy.
It is too late to flee, my love. Here's your father now. Well, where is our old man?
Finnegan, you're the father, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, my daughter. What are you doing with this son of the man I hate? Prince Cacciatore, whither is your father?
I wither right here, Antipasto. Wouldst make order of it?
Now, please, no scenes, Pop.
Pasto, I hate you.
And I hate you.
Oh, I hate you.
And I hate you.
I hate you more than you hate me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. We hate each other with a long road.
Antipasto.
Yes, Pasto.
Didst thou bring thou swords?
I did.
Wouldst fight?
Wouldst?
Then, sir, on guard.
Ooh!
Stop them, Cacciatore, before they sunder each other from limb to limb.
I cannot, Vermicelli, lest they will sunder me.
Then I will stop them, though it costs me my blood's life.
Gazooks! The princess has run betwixt them. She has just been stabbed on stage left. Okay, Miss Duffy. There's your cue. Drop dead.
Oh.
Tis the death rattle. I fear I have stabbed your daughter to the quick.
No, Pasto. Thee has stabbed thine own daughter.
What, yea, verily?
Yes.
What I allow doest thou sayest, thou man?
Tis the truth I speak, Pasto. I am the old nurse, and when the prince and princess were mere babes in arms, I got them all mixed up one day.
Now mixes them up?
Yeah, I mixes them up. I got them all mixes up. I couldn't tell them apart. I got them all mixes up. I mixed them up.
They mixed us up. Then, Vermicelli, I am you.
Yes, Cacciatore, and I am you.
And he is she.
And she is he.
And he went.
God, please. Stop it. Don't massacre this noble music. Now go ahead, Miss Duffy. Will you please resume dying?
Oh, Cacciatore, I am dying. My tide is ebbing fast away.
Oh, Princess, per favore, do not leave me.
I'm sorry, my prince, but the time has come when I must die.
Tell us why.
When Gabriel blows his horn at I.
Please don't die.
Oh, Princess, don't leave me like this.
Oh, no, you can't just die and leave the prince like this.
I've got to go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
No.
Yes, I must go.
No.
Yes, I must go.
No.
Then she is not the only one. There goes Deems.
He's had all he can stand, it seems.
Come back, Deems.
No, Archie, I must leave methinks. But first I'd like to say that this here opera...
Feel for a beautiful smile, the life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for a beautiful smile, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And right now, it's the life of Riley. Chester A. Riley considers himself a tolerant father. He believes in allowing his teenage daughter, Babs, to do whatever she pleases, as long as what she does pleases him. And one of the things that definitely does not please Riley is Babs' persistent boyfriend, a certain young swain by the name of Simon Vanderhopper.
The nerve of that Simon. 11 o'clock and he ain't brought Babs home. Where did they go, Peg?
Well, Simon had tickets for Toscanini's orchestra.
I knew it. I told him 1,000 times not to take Babs dancing at Ocean Park.
Riley, you don't dance to Toscanini. Honest, I don't know why you got it in for Simon. He's a polite boy, isn't he?
Well, yeah.
And he's an honest boy.
Yeah.
And he's an ambitious boy.
Yeah.
Well, then what have you got against him?
He's a boy. And Babs is too young to go with boys.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Don't you want Babs to get married someday?
Well, sure, but she don't have to go out with boys.
If she doesn't know any boys, then tell me, how on earth is she going to get a husband?
I'll think of something.
Oh, you just don't make sense. Don't you realize it's a good thing for a young girl to go out with a lot of boys so she can pick and choose? That's what I did.
Yeah, and look who you wound up with.
You don't even know what you're saying anymore. Go on to bed.
No, I'm going to wait up for that Simon. And when he... Shh. They're here. They're out on the porch. Yeah, I hear Simon talking to Babs.
Now, you're not going out on that porch and make a scene.
Don't worry. Simon's perfectly safe as long as he just keeps talking.
Well, good night, Simon. Thanks for everything. I enjoyed the concert.
So did I.
especially Ravel's Bolero. There's something about the passionate beat of the tom-toms that brings out the primitive beast in me. Before I knew it, I ate 3 bags of ladyfingers.
Well, I better go in now.
You know, Babs, this has been an unforgettable evening, especially that ride home on the bus. What a thrill.
A thrill? We were jammed in that bus like sardines.
Yes, and every time the driver stepped on the brake, you stepped on my foot. It was most enjoyable.
Simon, how you talk.
Can't you see what I'm trying to tell you? I love you, Babs. I love you madly.
What's gotten into you lately?
I've changed. All my life, I was like a tiny brook that trickles gently down the mountainside. Then you came along and wham, I'm Boulder Dam.
Simon, stop being silly.
Oh, excuse me. I don't know what I'm saying. Let's get married.
Simon, it's late. You really have to go.
Oh, all right, I'll go, but first, somebody's got to kiss me.
Somebody? Who?
Somebody who's sweet and exciting and gorgeous.
Oh, well, that couldn't be me.
Well, if he means me, nothing to him.
Daddy!
Mr. Riley!
Simon, for the last time, get out of this house.
Riley, you'll wake up all the neighbors. Come inside, Simon.
But if I do, Mr. Riley...
Don't worry. His bark is worse than his bite.
You mean he bites, too?
Peg, you let me handle this. Babs to marry you.
I love her.
That's the silliest excuse I ever heard. Why, you ain't got a cent to your name. You couldn't even take Babs on a decent honeymoon.
Oh, yes, I could. A friend of mine promised to lend me his motor launch, and I could take Babs on a cruise.
I can just see the 3 of us in a small motor launch.
3 of us?
Well, you don't think I'd trust my daughter alone with you on your honeymoon?
Oh, Riley, will you please stop this jabber?
Now, look here, Simon. Before a couple gets married, the man has got to make sure of 3 things. A place to live, a bank account, and a job.
I guess you're right, Mr. Riley.
You bet your life I'm right. Like when I married my wife. She had a place to live, her father had a bank account, and I... Simon, get out of this house!
Mr. Riley.
It's me, Waldo Binney.
Oh, hello, Waldo. How's my little friend and neighbor?
Oh, my sagging sacroiliac.
Well, what's the trouble, Waldo?
Well, I just came from Dr. Quimby. He said I have to cut down on cigarettes. 2 packs a day is too much.
Well, Waldo, you smoke 40 cigarettes a day?
Oh, I don't smoke them. I eat them. They're chocolate cigarettes.
Oh, but chocolate cigarettes can't hurt your throat?
Oh, my brand can. They have nuts in them.
You think you got trouble, Waldo? My daughter's mad at me because I threw her boyfriend out again last night.
Well, Mr. Riley, I think you made a fatal error.
But, Waldo, I had her. He's talking about marrying Babs.
He's only doing what comes naturally. But remember, if you try to keep young lovers apart, you'll only drive them into each other's arms. Why, look at Romeo and Juliet.
Well, they were different. You can't compare that loafer Simon to a nice boy like Juliet.
Well, if you want my advice, Mr. Riley, let Babs see Simon constantly. And do you know what'll happen?
What?
She'll get sick of him.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll sicken her with Simon. Only she might get suspicious I'm up to something.
Well, just tell her that you've thought it over and you realize that their desire for companionship is perfectly normal.
Yeah, that's it. Perfectly normal.
After all, you were a boy once.
I was a boy once.
It's just a matter of using psychology, Mr. Riley. After a few dozen dates, Babs will get so bored with Simon that she'll throw him over.
That's it, Waldo. Boy, this is a great idea. It's an idea only a genius could think of. And I'm certainly glad I thought of it.
Mother, why can't
can't I see Simon?
Because your father says you can't. It's not a very good reason, but it's the only way to keep peace.
Oh, but it isn't fair. After all, I'm 16 and I don't see why.
What's going on here? What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I've just been telling Babs she can't see Simon anymore.
What? Why, Peg, how can you be so cruel? I think Babs should see Simon all she wants.
What? Daddy, do you mean that?
Well, sure. Peg, don't you realize companionship is a perfect boy? After all, I was normal once.
Well, maybe you were, but you can't prove it by me.
Well, Daddy, you're a darling.
Oh, I'm only trying to be a good father, Babsy, and protect you. To me, your romance with Simon is like a delicate flower, just beginning to grow. And I'm the pot.
Simon, what are you doing here so early in the morning?
It's happened, Babs. Hoist the jib and weigh the anchor. My friend is lending me his boat for the day.
Oh, that's snazzy.
I'm taking you all to Catalina Island.
Catalina? Oh, Mother, isn't that wonderful?
Oh, will there be room in the boat for all of us?
Sure, everybody. Babs, you and the old... Mr. Riley. But we gotta leave right away.
Oh, my husband won't be home from work till noon.
Well, he can take the passenger boat and meet us over in Catalina and then sail back with us.
Well, that's a good idea, Mother.
Well, yes, I think that'd be all right. I'll leave a note for your father in the icebox where he'll be sure to see it.
Well, come on, mates. Time's a-wasting, Mrs. Riley, so lift your anchor.
While I change my dress, you kids run down to Delicatessen and get some sandwiches. I'll pack the bathing suits and meet you there in a jiffy.
Okay, Mother. I'll take this little valise along to put the lunch in.
Come on, Babs, hurry. I gotta stop and get a fishing license.
Okay, let's go, Simon. Oh, where is the boat, Simon?
Santa Monica. It's tied up at Pier 65.
Oh, well, good morning, Mr. Benny.
Oh, my. You two youngsters look like you're going places.
Yes, and we're in an awful hurry, Mr. Benny. Goodbye. Simon, do you think Daddy will catch up with us?
Well, don't worry about that now. Come on, we gotta get that license.
I wonder where they're off to with that suitcase. License. Oh, my. Oh, mercy. Oh, heavens to Betsy. Mr. Riley.
Well, Waldo, what are you doing down here at the plant?
Oh, they wouldn't call me to use the phone. Mr. Riley, guess what?
What?
I just saw Simon leaving your house with Babs.
Oh, fine. Everything's working according to plan. I told Babs she could see him.
But Simon was carrying a suitcase.
Well, naturally. He's a gentleman. He wouldn't let a lady carry a suitcase. Waldo.
Yes, they're eloping. They went to get a license, and they're going on a boat.
They're eloping. My little Babsy. Waldo, I gotta stop him.
The boat's at Santa Monica. I think he said Pier 65. Yes, 65. Now, don't forget the number.
Oh, don't worry. I'll remember. It's the same figure as on my paycheck. Come on, we gotta get down there right away. There's a bus. Hurry up.
It's leaving.
Hey, bus. Wait, bus. Wait. Missed it. Never mind. Hey, taxi. Taxi, mister? Yeah, quick, taxi. Catch that bus. There it is, Waldo. Pier 56. I hope we're in time.
Mr. Riley, I think it was Pier 65.
No, it's 56.
But you said it's the same figure as your paycheck, and that's 65.
Well, you're forgetting the withholding tax. I only collect 56.
Well, maybe I got my digits mixed up,
Your
but...
digits, give me the fidgets. I tell you, it's 56. Look, there's only one boat tied up at that pier. That must be it.
Nobody's on it.
Oh, what a break. We beat him down here. Come on, let's get on a boat.
Wait. Look, there's two girls standing near the boat.
Oh.
My, aren't they lovely? A redhead and a blonde.
Yeah. Hey, why are they pointing at the boat like that? Can you hear what they're saying?
No, we're too far away. Let's just lie low here until they...
Oh, you have a gorgeous boat, Vivian.
Yes, and you'll just love the trip to Catalina, Kay. Say, my folks are expecting us for dinner.
I'm looking forward to the weekend.
Gee, I hope you won't find it too dull without any boys around.
Oh, I guess I'll survive.
Well, let's get aboard.
Oh, I forgot. I want to take your folks a box of candy.
Oh, forget it.
No, I insist. Come on, there's a drugstore a few blocks down the street.
Look, Waldo, they're going away. Now's our chance to sneak on board. Come on. Jump in the boat. Come on.
Now, what's our next move, Mr. Riley?
Well, let's hide in the cabin under the bunk. Close the door. Okay. Now, here's the plan. We hide in this cabin until Simon and Babs get aboard.
And then we rush up on deck and confront the guilty pair.
No, they might escape to the shore and elope again. We wait until we get a few miles out, and then we rush up on deck. And when we do, there's going to be two people who wish they'd never set foot on this boat.
Phil will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. Don't wait for that warning signal.
Tender gums.
Serious dental trouble is often forecast by...
Tender gums.
If your gums were tender, sore when you brushed your teeth this morning, there are two common-sense things to do. First, see your dentist. And second, stop all gum irritation. Dental authorities say that brushing with toothpastes and powders which contain harsh abrasives is irritating, only makes things worse. And with gums already tender and sore, further gum irritation must be stopped. And that's why I urge you, at the first sign of tender gums, switch to Teal, the liquid dentifrice. Teal contains no abrasive, so Teal does not irritate even tender gums. Teal is good for tender gums. In fact, because Teal is a liquid, it reduces the irritating effect of the brush itself, authorities say. Teal lets you massage your gums gently. Once you've used Teal, the chances are you'll continue. You like the way it makes teeth look sparkling clean, the way it helps sweeten your breath and gives your mouth a refreshed, tingling taste. So when gums hurt, see your dentist and switch to Teal. Better yet, don't wait for that warning signal. Get Teal now and follow directions on the package. Remember, that's Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the modern liquid dentifrice. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Riley mistakenly believes that his daughter and her boyfriend are eloping on a motor launch. Actually, Simon is merely taking Babs and Mrs. Riley on a boat ride to Catalina. To make matters worse, Riley and Waldo have hidden themselves on the wrong boat, a boat belonging to two very attractive young ladies. Right now, the wrong boat is well out at sea, and Riley and Waldo are still stowing away.
Mr. Riley, wake up. Mr. Riley.
Where am I?
On a boat. We fell asleep.
Well, what? Oh, a boat. Simon and Babs, they're open.
Yes. I just heard two pairs of footsteps up on deck.
I'll teach those two a lesson they'll never forget. I'm going up there and put both of them across my knee. Come on, Waldo.
Isn't this the most beautiful day you ever saw?
Now I got you, Simon.
No, let go of me.
I know it's you, Simon. You can't fool me with that blonde wig. You did. Simon is a girl.
Hey, who are you? What are you doing here anyway?
Oh, gee, sorry. I'm looking for Simon.
Oh, your little boy. He's right behind you.
Madam, I'm 47.
Well, I'm sorry, ladies. It's the wrong boat. I guess me and Waldo will get off now.
Oh, take it easy, Buster. We're a mile from shore.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll go back in the cabin. We don't want to disturb you.
Why stay in that stuffy cabin? We don't mind a little company. Do we, Kay?
Oh. Not at all, if it's the right kind of company. Vivian, why don't you show Waldo around the boat?
Oh, I'd love to. Come on, Waldo. Take my hand.
Yes, madam.
Why don't you, sit down, big boy?
Thanks, big girl.
Oh, not way over there, over
here, next to me. What's the matter? You afraid of me?
Well, no. Why should I be afraid of you?
I bet you're not afraid of anybody. A strong, handsome brute like you. Tell me, where'd you get those big, broad shoulders?
They came with the suit.
Oh, you're cute.
Oh, don't say that.
But you are cute.
Yeah, I know, but don't say it.
Oh, my, the air is chilly. I'm shivering.
Oh, well, here, use my coat.
Oh, I'd just as soon use your arm. Don't be bashful.
Oh, no, I can't. I'm using my arm to hold down my hat.
You shouldn't hide that beautiful wavy hair under a hat. My, I'd love to run my fingers through that hair.
Well, thanks, but I got a comb. Well, I better find Waldo.
Oh, now don't worry about him. He's over on the other side of the boat with Vivian. Don't sit on the edge of the bench like that. Move closer. Closer. Oh, you can get closer than that. Like this. See?
Quiet, Mr. Riley. Vivian's fallen asleep.
Excuse me a minute, lady. Waldo, come here a minute.
What is it, Mr. Riley?
Well, come over here to the side.
Yes. What's up?
Listen, Waldo. Do you realize what we walked into? We're all alone on a boat with two gorgeous girls who are boy crazy.
Never happened to me before.
Oh, me neither. Under the circumstances, there's only one thing to do.
You mean...
Yeah.
Isn't that a little risky?
We're real men, ain't we? We gotta take the chance. It's now or never.
All right, I'm with you.
Okay, let's go. Come on, Waldo. Swim for shore.
Well, we made it, Mr. Riley. Oh, what a swim.
Okay, Waldo. Now you can get off my back.
Oh, dear. I'm afraid we're on a deserted island.
Yeah, we better build a fire. I'll go get some wood.
Well, hurry back, Mr. Riley. I'm afraid to stay here alone.
Gee, it's dark in these woods. Whoop! Oh! Holy smoke, I fell into a hole. Now, who'd dig a hole like this in the woods?
Oh, there, Riley. Is that you way down there?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Digger, boy, I'm glad to see you.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, did you put this hole here?
Oh, no, I'm on a vacation. Here, let me give you a lift.
Oh, here. Gee, I could have broken my neck.
Some people are so careless. Whenever I dig a hole, I fill it up.
Digger, what are you doing here on this deserted island?
Deserted island? Ho, ho, ho. This is Catalina.
Oh.
Ah, yes. I visit here often with the boys of the UEPCDS.
The UEPCDS?
Yes, the Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Clam Digging Society. Today we spent the day fishing. I caught 3 of my favorite fish, croakers. But what brings you here, Riley?
Well, I was trying to stop an elopement. You see?
I too once eloped. One dark night, my betrothed and I hopped into my business vehicle and raced for Niagara Falls. But we had to turn back.
Well, what happened?
I forgot about old man McGillicuddy in the back. And you know, on a honeymoon, two's company, Freeze a crowd. Oh, I adore honeymoons. They're so gay.
Oh, if only my Babs would turn back.
Babs?
Yeah.
Riley, you mean it's your child of a daughter who's eloping? Why didn't you say so? I just saw her a half hour ago with that Vanderhopper boy on the pier.
On the pier? Well, I gotta get over there right away. Oh, I hope I'm not too late. When I catch up with that Simon, I'll fix him.
Can I help?
No, thanks, Digger. This is my job.
Yes. Perhaps you'd better lay him out yourself. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
This is fun, Simon. You know, I've never fished before.
Now, just remember what I told you, Babs. The minute you get a bite, start reeling in your line.
Simon, do you see Mother anywhere? She should have found Daddy by now.
Oh, don't worry. He'll show up.
Well, maybe he just... Simon, I have a sight.
Oh, reel it in. Reel it in.
I'm reeling.
Pull faster. Don't let him get away.
I see him, Simon.
Hey, keep reeling. Hey, you got him. Oh, atta girl, Babs.
Oh, Simon, what a thrill. My first fish.
Here, let me take him off the line for you.
Simon, look over there. That man running towards us.
Hey, that looks like your father.
Why, it is Daddy. Oh, Daddy. Daddy, here we are. Oh, gee, Daddy,
Babs,
we thought you'd...
my little darling. At last I found you.
Oh, Daddy, congratulate me. I just hooked him.
Oh, I'm too late.
Too bad, Mr. Riley. You should have been here earlier.
You? Why, you? You won't get away with this, Simon. You'll wind up behind bars.
Well, Mr. Riley, it's perfectly legal. We've got a license. Here, read it.
That license won't hold up in court. You're too young for this.
Too young? I've been getting one every year since I was 13.
You started at 13?
Sure. This is my favorite sport.
Sport? What's happening to the younger generation?
Riley, I could hear you yelling at the other end of the island.
Peg. Oh, Peg. We're too late. We've lost our little girl. They're married.
Married?
Look, a license. See? This license entitles bearer to fish in California waters. Wait a minute. This license only gives you the right to marry a fish.
It's only a fishing license, Daddy. We're not married.
Oh, Riley.
Wait a minute. You mean Babs and Simon didn't elope? They didn't get married? I ain't going to lose my little girl?
Oh, of course not.
What a revolting development this is.
The Rileys will be back in half a minute. Remember, when gums are tender, it's just common sense to avoid further irritation. Change from toothpaste or powder to Teal, the non-abrasive liquid dentifrice. Teal not only makes teeth sparkling clean, but actually is good for tender gums. That's T-E-E-L, Teal.
But, Riley, I still don't understand how you got to Catalina.
Let's wait till we get back to shore. I'll think of an answer by then. I mean,
But you weren't on the passenger boat, Daddy.
Yes. Where were you, Riley?
Well, you see, Mrs. Riley, it was this way.
Shut up, Waldo. Who's that?
Two girls in a boat over there, a redhead and a blonde. They're waving at you, Mr. Riley.
Two girls? A red and a blonde head?
Why, those are the girls.
Shut up, Waldo.
Oh.
Riley, do you know those girls?
Who, me?
Hi there, Riley.
They called you Riley.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Riley.
Oh, no, you didn't hear good. They said Smiley.
No, they didn't. They mean you.
What's cooking, handsome?
Oh, Oh, handsome. Oh, then they can't mean you.
The amazing liquid edifice invites you to be their guests next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozlov. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley. And remember, for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
Ladies, the exciting news these days is Dreft. D-R-E-F-T. Dreft. Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Yes, the first suds in history to wash even glasses so clean they positively sparkle whether you wipe them or not. You see, Dreft is different from any soap or soap plates you ever used. It can't leave any streaks on dishes the way all soaps do.
Yes, and it's almost unbelievable the way Dreft cuts grease. It just seems to melt away.
Another thing, in water as hard as nails, Dreft makes suds instantly. Gives 5 times more suds than any soap you ever used.
Dreft is kind to my hands, too. It's just wonderful every way.
That's a fact. No soap in the world, no other suds of any kind, is the same as Dreft. Dreft, the amazing suds discovery that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Get D-R-E-F-T, Dreft.
Listen again next week, same time, when Teal for a Beautiful Smile brings you The Life of Riley.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, President Edwards of the Edwards and Edwards Publishing Company has not yet found a manuscript suitable for publication. However, he is still diligently reading through the stories and collections of poems that have been submitted. Abner is more concerned with the problem of raising enough money to pay the bill from the wholesale house. As we look in on the little community today, we find the old fellows in their Jot 'em Down store and library discussing the matter. Listen.
How much obliged, Miss Bates? Come in again as soon as you can. Doggies, look, Lum, Miss Bates paid up that big grocery bill they've owed us for so long.
Yeah, I heard you talking there. Well, Abner, maybe we ain't going to have to worry about money much longer.
Huh?
I think maybe I'll run into something great here.
What is it? Somebody send in a good manuscript, one you can publish and sell for a lot of money?
Yeah, it does have something to do with the manuscript, but it ain't exactly from selling the book that I'm aiming on making the money, though.
Well, how else can you make money aside from selling?
Here, let me read this letter, and then you'll see. It comes from a feller named O.W. Trafford, Jr.
Huh?
You recollect anybody by that name?
Trafford? No, I don't believe I do. I know a Milford Spears.
No, this is Trafford. Says his grandpa used to live in Pine Ridge.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I never knowed him. Grandpa Masters might recollect him. You want me to call him up and see?
No, it ain't that important. Just listen to this letter. It's addressed to the Edwards and Edwards Publishing Company and says, Dear Mr. Edwards, I have long had a story in my possession which I feel is worthy of publication.
That feller's name couldn't have been Hartford, could it, Lum? I used to know a Jess Hartford.
No, it's Trafford. Be quiet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because this is a true story based on actual incidents that took place in your hometown, Pine Ridge,
I thought you might be interested in publishing it.
For the land sex taking place right here, huh?
Yes, sir, right here in Publishing.
Well.
At the time of the story, my grandparents were living in a large house which they built and which was later sold to a family named Hurley.
Hurley? Why, sure, I know where the old Hurley place is, or where it used to be, just a hole in the ground there now. It burned down a long time ago, Lum.
Yeah, that's the place, all right. But listen to this. Briefly, the story deals with my grandparents' hurried but heroic escape from this house during the early days of the Civil War, telling how they outwitted the soldiers and buried several $1,000s worth of jewels and silver pieces in an abandoned well in the backyard.
Well, I do know. Well, did they go back and get all that stuff after the war was over?
No, he says a long time after that his papa went back once, but the backyard had all been plowed up and he couldn't find no trace of the old well.
He couldn't?
No, sir. At least not according to the letter.
I doggies, Lum, then all them jewels and stuff must still be over there.
Why, sure. Didn't I tell you this was a great thing?
Oh, well, where's the shovel? Let's get started digging.
Well, wait, Abner. We can't go digging around on somebody else's property.
Well, the Hurleys don't even live in town no more, Lum. They moved to Illinois, I believe it was, right after that house burned down.
Yeah, but before they left, they sold the property there.
Oh.
Don't you recollect Ezra Seastrunk bought it a long time ago?
Ezra?
Yeah, he was aiming on rebuilding the place, but never got around to it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, Ezra won't care if we dig there. I'll ask him myself.
No, don't do that now. We'll have to tell him what we're digging for, and then he'd claim all of it because it's on his property.
Oh, yeah, he would, wouldn't he?
No, the thing to do is to buy it from him if we can.
Buy it? Well, would that be right, Lum?
Well, we can give him half of it when we get it dug up or something.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Buy half interest from him. Yeah.
It oughtn't to cost much.
No.
Run down like it is. And it's in a bad part of town now, too.
No, nobody lives over
Just give Ezra a ring and see how much he wants for it.
Yeah, that's a thing to do. Let me see that letter there once, Lum. Doggy, this sounds too good to be true, you know.
Here, take it, read.
Jules buried. Doggy. Let's see here. At the time of the story, my grandparents... Say, Lum, what does this feller print all the letter T's there up higher than the other letters there? Look here how this is wrote.
Huh, I never noticed that.
Yeah, look here.
More than likely there's something wrong with these typewriters all.
Yeah, about what it is. Every T is up higher than the rest of the letter.
Wait a minute. Hello? Who is this, Ezra? Well, this is Lum Edwards.
Oh, it's Jules.
Oh, Talbot. Say, listen, Ezra, what would you want for that old worthless piece of property you own?
I dig that place.
No, I mean the old Hurley place.
Like a mole.
Oh, you did, huh? Oh, I see. Now, that's all I want to know. Just curiosity more than anything else, I reckon. Yeah, all right, Ezra. Sorry I troubled you. Goodbye. Yeah, that ain't so good.
What's the matter? Won't he sell it?
He don't own it.
Huh?
About 6 or 7 years ago, he sold it to Squire Skimp.
To a squire?
Yeah, of all people.
That
means the price will be just about twice as much as I figured it ought to be.
Yeah, well, we don't care how much we have to pay for it, do we? Might be $1 million worth of jewels there for all we know, Lum.
Yeah, that's right.
Why, sure it is.
Of course, the lower the price, the more profits we make out of it.
Doggies, wait a minute, though. I just happened to think of something, Lum. We ain't got no money to buy nothing with. Can't even pay that bill from a wholesale house.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we can sign a note for it or something like that.
Can.
Don't worry, I can figure that part of it out some way.
Doggies, I can't hardly wait to get a shovel in my hand and get over there. Oh, look out there, Lum. Look who's coming. This must be our lucky day.
Well, I do know. Squire Skimp.
Is he still mad at us for selling that no-good apartment house plan for $50?
No, I don't think so. I've saw him several times since then. He don't never mention it.
He don't, huh?
But for goodness sake, now, don't you mention what we want that property for.
Oh, no, I won't say a word about it.
This'll give us a chance to get even with that guy once and for all.
Yeah. Mind out there.
We never would get it from him if he knowed about them jewels and silver things buried.
Be quiet.
Well, howdy, Squire. Come on back.
Yes, gentlemen.
Mighty proud to see you, Squire.
Thank you, Lum.
You been out doing some business? I see you got your briefcase with you.
Oh, yes. I had a few little matters of business to attend to. Yes, Lum.
Squire, I understand you own that old rundown Hurley property.
Hurley property?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe I do. Well, now, wait a minute. Yes. I guess I do own that. Why, yes, I believe that's the place that I bought from Ezra Seastrunk about, 6 or 7 years ago. Why, I'll never know, though.
Well, what would you sell it for, Squire?
Oh, I don't know, Lum.
$400 or $500, I guess.
$400 or $500?
Yeah.
Pennies, it ain't worth that much.
Well, no, to be frank, Lum, it isn't, but I'd like to try to get that price. However, just between us, I could be easily talked down to about $250, I think.
You could, huh?
Yes, that property's in pretty bad condition, Lum.
All right, Squire, you just made yourself a deal then.
A deal? With you, Lum?
Yes, sir. You'll sell it to us, won't you?
Why, yes, I'll be glad to sell it to you, Lum, but what in the world do you fellas want with a place like that?
Oh, we just wanted to...
We're going to put up a lemonade stand.
A lemonade stand? Well, that isn't any location for a stand, Abner. Nobody ever goes near that place. That road is hardly ever used over there anymore.
Yeah, well, we figured we wouldn't have no competition over there that way.
Well, I don't know, Abner. I don't believe I'd advise such a business venture as that.
Well, that ain't the only reason we want it, Squire. You see, I'm sort of figuring on building myself a place sometime, I think. When I get enough money saved up.
Oh, well, now, Lum, you can find yourself a better place to build than over there. Why, I can show you one of the best places in this whole town to build a house, Lum. I have one beautiful lot overlooking picturesque Pine Ridge, a tree-covered paradise that I'll sell you,
wait a
Lum,
minute, Squire. No need of you wasting that sales talk on me, because my mind's made up. I want to buy that other place or none at all.
Well, if that's what you want, well, all right, Lum, but I still think that you could do a lot better.
I'm satisfied.
Well, let's see. By the way, I have some deeds here to several pieces of property I own right here in this briefcase. Let me take a look here. That might be in here with these others.
Of course, there's one thing, Squire. We ain't got the cash right now.
Oh, tut. Don't worry about that, Lum. You can sign a note. Let's see, now, I've got some... Here's these deeds here. Yes, look at here. By George, we're in luck, gentlemen. Here's a deed to that very piece of property right here.
If you just make out the note, Squire, we're all set.
Well, let's see. I did have some blank notes here, too. Yes, here's one. Now a fountain pen.
There it is in your pocket.
Yes, thank you, Lum. Thank you. Let's see. I promised to pay M.K. Scamp the sum of... how much did we agree on, Lum? What'd I say I'd take?
$250, you said.
Oh, yes, that's what I said. Forgot myself. You see, now, 6% of that, 6 times all told, 6 times 5, 30, 6 times 2 is 12. $123 in. Let's make $373 altogether. Now, right here, sign right here now, Lum, right there. What's your name there?
L.
Yes.
Here, Evans. Sign right under my name.
Yeah. Abner Peabody.
Yeah. There you are, Squire.
Here's a deed to your property, Lum. I still think you're making a mistake, but maybe you know what you're doing. Well, I've got to get back to the place. A lot of business these days. I'll see you gentlemen soon, I trust. A good day, man.
Yeah, good day, Squire.
No, you know, almost laughed on his face. You hear him? Said maybe we knowed what we was doing.
Is he going to kick himself when he finds out what we actually are going to do with it?
Yeah.
Let me see that deed, Abner.
Yeah, wait a minute. Look here, Lum. Did Squire do the typing on the deed here?
I don't know. I reckon he did. Why?
Well, look here. All the T's, them letter T's, they're up higher than the rest of the letters, just like in that letter from Mr. Trafford there. Look here.
Why, that snake in there...
Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the star of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, A Guy Named Joe, Mr. Lionel Barrymore. Our story opens tonight not with Amos nor with Andy, but with one of their friends, George Kingfish Stevens. The scene is in his office at the Lodge Hall. He's been thinking of how to raise some money to pay some of his personal bills. A stranger is coming into the office.
What can I do for you, miss?
My name is Juliet Williams.
Yeah, never heard of you. What you want?
Never heard of me? Why, I spoke to you this morning on the phone.
You got me mixed up with somebody else. Sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to get out now, because I got a lot of important things on my mind.
Well, don't you remember? I told you over the phone that I was going to the bank and get the money for you.
Look, I ain't got time. Sit down, madam. Sit down.
Well, I hope I ain't got the wrong address. Is this west 135th Street or is this east 135th Street?
Well, which one was it you wanted?
Well, I wanted west 135th Street.
This is west. The sun sets right on that window there every day. Yeah.
Oh, well, then, I'm in the right place.
Yeah, you is.
Oh, well, I guess you're just so busy these days that you forgot about my call.
Yeah, that's with the war going on, all my head jammed up and all that.
Yeah. Oh, well, now about the fee I'm to pay you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember, did you say it would be $5 or $10?
$10. I didn't forget that. $10. Yeah.
Well, now about the balance of the money I'm going to have to pay you.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say the whole thing would sum up to?
Well, it won't be too high, and, of course, it won't be too low, sort of in that neighborhood someplace.
Oh, well, I figured it'd be $50.
You hit the right neighborhood,
Oh, well, that would leave a $40 balance. Now, when do I have to pay you this?
Well, right now would be good.
Well, I'm certainly not going to pay you the balance until you show me some results. Now, just exactly what is this $50 going to include?
Well, tell me what you think that it ought to include. I won't be fair about the thing, you know.
Oh, well, my cousin came to one of these matrimonial agencies once.
A matrimonial agency, huh? She did, yeah.
My cousin said that the $10 deposit covered the introduction to the man, and she paid the balance of the $40 after the wedding.
Wedding, you want to get married, don't you?
Oh, yes.
In other words, if I find you a husband, I get the other $40.
That's right. Now, tell me, do you have any eligible bachelors in mind? That's my type.
Let me think here a second. I want to kind of go over the list. I got in mind here. You want a single man, don't you?
I want a man a little older than myself that'll make a good husband.
A good husband. Madam, I think I got just the man for you.
Oh, well, what's his name?
His name is Andrew Hogg Brown.
Well, is he the marrying type?
Well, he's been kind of null and void in the idea, kind of skirting around the edge a little. But don't worry, the Stevens Matrimonial Bureau has always got ways of outskirting them fellas.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll be able to swing him around all right, so don't worry. Lady, we always lands our man.
Well, that's very encouraging.
I tell you what you do. I want you to come back here at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. Now, look here. You pretend that you're going to be my new secretary. I'll have the man here, and in that way, you see, I'll give you what we call the preview of him.
Okay. I'll be here at 4:30 tomorrow.
Oh, and another thing, let me warn you that when you see him, you has got to make up your mind fast if he wants a husband. Because bachelors is going like hotcakes these days. I just can't keep them in stock. Amos, the reason I dropped over here to your flat to see you about the thing that I requested with you over the phone about, you see.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you, I think that our friend Andy ought to get married.
Well, you know, Kingfish, since you talked to me about it, me and Ruby has been thinking it over. We both feel that it would be a good thing if Andy'd get married and settle down.
Well, now, look here, Amos. All of his friends is married. And why can't Andy be in the same mess? I mean, the same happiness that they is.
Yeah, it would be good for him, all right.
Well, now, listen, Amos. You is his closest friend. Why don't you have a heart-to-heart talk with him? It's for his own good.
All right, Kingfish, I'll talk to him about it.
But, Amos, what business has I got to take on the responsibilities of a wife?
Well, Andy, it ain't only the responsibilities. There's a lot more to it than that. It's companionship and sociability.
Cheers, huh?
Yeah, after all, what do you do with yourself? For instance, in the evening, you go over to the pool room by yourself.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but if you was a married man, you'd go out with your wife.
Yeah, but how does I know I'm going to marry a gal that can shoot pool?
I just don't understand you, Andy. You always think that marriage like you are stepping off a high cliff. Marriage makes life easy for you. A wife takes care of you. She keeps a nice house for you. She waits on you when you were sick, and she cheers you up when you was down in the dumps.
Yeah, but when does that fur coat stuff begin?
Oh, Andy, all wives ain't that way. I've been married to Ruby for years, and I ain't had to buy her a fur coat yet.
Well, you just got a break. Be just my luck to marry the coldest gal in Harlem. I still think being single is the best.
No, Andy, married life is the only thing.
Listen, Amos, a wife is all right for a married man, but not for me. Well, I got your message yesterday to come over here, Kingfish. What you want to see me about? You got new business?
Oh, Brother Andy, I got a little something I'm working on.
Oh, you is, huh? Any chance of me getting in on it, partner dear?
Yes, and I say there's a very good chance of you getting in on it. But not to change the subject, it just occurred to me here, Andy, is you ever thought of getting married?
Sure I thought of it. That's why I never got married. Listen here, Amos asked me that same question this morning. What is this, marriage week?
No. I guess your friends has just got you on the mind, trying to help you. We hate to see you ruining your life as a bachelor.
Yeah, well, forget it. Because even if I did want to get married, I ain't got no gal to marry.
Oh, there must be somebody that you can marry. Let's think a second. Let's pick a name out of the thin air. Yeah, here's a name floating around in the thin air already.
Yes, huh?
Yeah, the name is Juliet Williams. Just hit me in the head. Yeah, the girl is going to be my new secretary.
Oh, I didn't know you was going to get a secretary. Anyway, I don't want to get married nohow.
Oh, maybe I ain't had no business mentioning Miss Williams' name in the first place. The reason that she is going to work here for me is just to, give her something to do during the day, you see. No, she wouldn't be right. A marriage never works out right when a wife has got a lot of money of her own.
No, marriage... what is that?
I say it wouldn't work out, and let's change the subject.
Well, as long as we're on the subject, ain't no use in going to all the trouble of changing it.
Oh, you wouldn't be interested in her. Why would you want to marry a gal like her with a lot of money?
Well...
Oh, that would be awful, and to marry a woman with a lot of dough, yeah, she's going to be too proud to let her husband work. You couldn't stand that, ain't you?
Well, I could force myself, maybe.
Oh, you'd be married to a woman there. She'd go out and buy everything you need for the house, always buying your clothes, automobiles. You don't want that. No, I tell you, and come in, Miss Williams, come in.
Oh, hi, Mr. Stevens.
Andy, this is my secretary, Miss Williams.
Hello.
Well, it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, too. Here, take this chair. This is a nice soft one.
Oh, thank you.
It's a little warm in here. Wouldn't you like to take off your pocketbook? Your coat?
I wonder if you folks will excuse me. I got some things to tend to. I'll be back.
Yeah, go right ahead, Kingfish. Excuse me, Miss Williams. You mind if I skip right over to Juliet's stuff and call you honey?
Well, I don't know you very well, but I suppose it'd be all right.
And would you mind if I skip right over to Ain't You Cute stuff and told you that I was crazy about you?
Oh, that sure sounds nice, all right. But I hardly know you, Mr. Brown. Tell me what business you're in.
Well, let's get that, too. Listen, honey, what did you do this afternoon?
Oh, I ain't got no plans at all.
Oh, boy, that's swell. Look, it's such a beautiful day out. Let's me and you take a walk together and drop into your bank and meet some of the fellas.
What's the matter, Andy?
Oh, it's just no use, Amos. I spent the whole afternoon and evening with that gal Juliet, and when it was all over, I knowed I couldn't marry her.
Yeah, well, what happened to change your mind?
Well, just between the two of us, Amos, sometimes I lose confidence in myself, you know it? One time I think, yeah, I will get married, and the next time, no.
Uh-huh.
Every time I think about it, my head starts swimming round.
You know, you ought to go to see some doctor that does just that kind of thing with your head.
What kind of doctor is that?
I think they call him a psychiatrist or something like that.
Yeah, but where could I find one of them sci-fivers or...
Well, there ought to be a lot of them in the city. I tell you what, maybe we could find one here in the classified telephone book. I don't know how to spell it, though.
Well, look under the S's. You're bound to hit it there.
As we join the boys now, we find Andy just entering the office of a psychiatrist.
Mr. Brown, Dr. Barrymore's ready to see you.
He is, huh? Well, I can come back some other time if he's busy.
Oh, no. Please come in now, Mr. Brown. Step this way.
Yes, ma'am.
Come in, Mr. Brown.
Oh, yes, sir. You want me to take off my shirt?
No, there'll be no need for that. I don't examine the body, I examine the mind.
Oh, well, then I'll just take off my hat.
Sit down. Tell me, Mr. Brown, is this your first visit to a psychiatrist?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, you may or may not know just what psychiatry is. It's a method of analyzing the content and mechanism of a person's mental life for the purpose of psychotherapy.
Yes. That's what I figured it was, yeah.
What is your mental trouble, Mr. Brown?
Well, sir, close as I can figure the thing out, it might be that I was getting scared of getting married.
That makes it pretty obvious, then, that you have a fear of the opposite sex. But, of course, we must find the cause before we can find the cure.
Yes, sir.
Now, a phobia such as yours, a fear of women, very often dates back to childhood.
Oh, no, sir, Doctor. You're on the wrong track there. I never run around with women when I was a child.
I didn't mean that. What I'm trying to find out is, were you interested in any little girls when you were, say, 5 or 6 years old?
5 or 6? Yes, sir, there was one. Pretty little girl, too. Had pigtails on her head.
Now we're getting someplace. Do you remember the little girl's name?
No, sir. You see, I didn't start carrying no address book till I was 9.
Tell me more about this little girl.
Well, of course, that was a long time ago, and I don't remember too much about it.
When you used to meet her and see her, do you remember if you were calm, or were you shy and bashful? Or did you tremble in her presence?
Well, it seems to me I done a little shaking.
Now tell me, were you in love with this little girl?
Me? In love with that little squirt? A little.
I'll make a note of that.
The doctor, this seemed kind of silly, though, talking about when I was a kid, and besides that, it was kind of embarrassing.
Mr. Brown, the practice of psychiatry often seems silly to the layman, but it's these little things that date way back that often have a bearing on their current problems. Now, you take my own case, for instance. At one time, I was a very nervous, excitable person. The least thing set me off.
Yeah.
I went to another psychiatrist to find out the reason for it. I myself was asked seemingly ridiculous questions, but we discovered that, like in 90% of all mental disturbances, it dated back to my childhood. Yes, it all had to do with a grammar school teacher who disliked me intensely.
Oh, sure enough?
Yes. But now, since I know what the cause of the trouble was, I'm a different man.
Yes.
I'm calm and placid. I don't get excited anymore. I'm always able to control myself. So you see, Mr. Brown...
Dr. Barrymore, but Mr. Clinton's on the phone.
Well, you didn't tell him I was here, did you?
Yes, I did.
Of all the stupid things I ever... How many times I had to tell you I don't want to talk to him?
But, Doctor...
Don't talk to me! There are a few things I wish you'd get through that thick skull of yours.
But what will I tell him?
Tell him what I told you to! Get out!
How long has you been cured, Doctor?
You know, I almost got excited just then.
Yes, you come close to it, all right.
But now, let's get back to your case. Another method we use to analyze mental conflicts is through the interpretation of your dreams. There we delve into the subconscious. Tell me, do you ever dream?
Once in a while. Mostly at night.
Well, for instance, what did you dream last night?
Last night. Let me see. Last night. Oh, yeah, I remember. I dreamed that I met a good-looking gal, and I took her out walking. Oh, she was swell. She told me she was crazy about me, and she wanted me to buy her a diamond wristwatch.
Did you buy it for her?
Oh, sure. I go hog wild in my dreams.
I'm very familiar with the character of that type of dream. Mr. Brown, from what you've told me, the thing that's troubling you is very obvious. You have what we call an economic psychosis. Everything you do or say is motivated by the thought of the almighty dollar, even marriage. The one thing that's kept you from becoming a married man is the fear, not of a woman worming her way into your affections, but of her worming her way into your wallet. Mr. Brown, don't waste your life. You find some nice girl and get married.
Yes, thank you, Doctor, thank you. I appreciate this advice, and I'll be running along right now.
All right. Goodbye. And I hope you take my advice. Forget the extra money that a wife might cost you. Forget about this money psychosis. Money isn't everything, you know. It's nothing. That door right there, Mr. Brown.
Yeah.
And on the way out, you can pay the nurse.
But, Doctor, how about this money psychosis?
That will leave you as soon as you give the nurse the $5. Goodbye.
Juliet, my darling, how do it feel to be engaged and have a marriage license already?
Oh, Andy, dear, I'm so thrilled I don't know what to say. To think that we're going to get married.
Yes, honey, and we're going to be the happiest little couple in Harlem. Tomorrow we'll go out to the real estate office and see if we can't find ourselves a furnished love net.
This show is going to be a surprise to everybody. Even Mr. Stevens, the Kingfish, don't know we're going to get married, does he?
No, I ain't told a soul. The Kingfish don't know nothing about it. And he has done asked us to come up to his house tonight. Maybe we'll tell him then.
Listen now, honey. Just take it easy. Now, Andy and Juliet is going to be here in a minute. Is you got everything straight?
Well, all I know, George, is what you done explained to me. Me and you is supposed to act like the happiest married couple in Harlem.
Yeah, that's right. Now you got it now. You see, honey, the reason is, Andy, I got to explain this to you so you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Andy ain't quite made up his mind yet. All he needs, and I know the boy well, you know, all he needs is just a little more convincing, and then he'll propose marriage to this gal.
Oh, yeah. And you think that by having Andy and the gal here tonight, that's going to do the trick?
Oh, yeah, ain't no two ways about it. And another thing, this is our only chance to get the $40 balance from the gal. If I can just get Andy to propose to her and marry her, we gets the 40 smackers. Now, all he got to do is to see the beauties of married life, honey, at home.
Say, maybe that's them now.
Yeah, now, don't forget, honey, be sweet to me, and I'll be sweet to you right back.
Okay, George.
Well, hello there, Juliet. Hello there, brother Andy. Come in.
Hello, Kingfish. Hi there.
Evening, Mr. Stevens.
Sapphire, sweetheart, the guest has arrived.
Oh, has the angel?
Oh, yes, he is, darling.
Well, hello, Sapphire.
Hello, Andy.
Darling dear, this is Juliet Williams.
I'm pleased to meet you.
Same to you. George, darling, has done told me all about you.
Everything's going all right here, Kingfish.
Oh, yeah. Me and the little woman here is just up to our ears in love and affection. Oh, yes, Brother Andy, this is married life for you.
Sure is. Let's all go in the parlor.
Yes, honey, come on right this way, folks. Angel, darling, will you bring that big comfortable chair over in this part of the room for Andy?
Yes, dear.
Sapphire, can I help you there, sir?
No, thank you, Andy. George, what's the matter with you helping?
Look now, honey, all I asked you to do was to move the chair over here. I don't want no back talk from you, I just...
Well, why don't you help him, Mr. Stevens?
Kingfish, I want to tell you something. Me and Juliet has got a big surprise for you.
Yeah, well, I'd like to hear that. Tell me about it, Brother Andy. What is it?
Where is that thing? Where? Oh, here. Look at there, folks. Look at there. A marriage license.
A marriage license?
Yes, sir.
Me and Annie's going to get married tomorrow. Ain't it wonderful?
Well. Congratulations. Put it there.
Yes, I'm so happy for both of y'all. Congratulations.
Oh, Andy, you has made me the happiest man in the world. Oh, honey, will you please bring that big comfortable chair over here for Andy and his bride?
What's the reason you can't do it?
Well, now, listen, I done asked you to do it, and I don't want no back talk. Bring the chair over here, sweetheart.
Look here, you lazy good-for-nothing bum. Bring it over yourself.
I agree with you, Miss Stevens. A husband ought to do them things.
Hold it right there, honey. Hold it. Wait a minute. That is strictly a wife's work.
Now, is these the things you expect me to do, Andy, when we's married?
Listen here. My understanding of married life is that the wife is supposed to love, honor, and do the heavy lifting.
Well, if that's what you think,
Wait just a minute. Now, everybody calm down here. Let everybody just kind of take it easy, folks. I just can't afford to have nothing happen to this wedding.
If you expect me to do the work around our love nest, Andrew Hogg Brown, I wouldn't marry you if you're the last man on earth.
That last remark settles it. I don't want to marry you now.
I don't want to marry you neither.
Well, now, wait just a minute, folks. Listen, you can do this to me.
Mr. Stevens, you can keep the $10 deposit. This is the last time I'll ever try to get a husband through a matrimonial agent.
Hey, what do all this mean?
Well, it means that I was paying Mr. Stevens $50 to get me a husband.
Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute.
Now, wait a minute yourself.
Now, wait, look here.
Yeah, well, that's great.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute yourself.
Let me explain it.
Now, let me explain it to you.
You see, Andy...
I know I ain't going to marry her now. Don't
look here. You see, Andy, she give me $10 already, but believe me, Andy, I was only doing the whole thing for your happiness, not for the $40 balance.
Oh, that's great. Now, I know I ain't going to marry her at all.
And I feel the same way about it, too.
Oh, Andy, look here. You sure you don't want to try it? I'll split the $40 with you.
Look there, George. Why don't you mind your own business?
Now, wait a minute, everybody here. Let me tell Juliet something here.
And you keep your big mouth shut. You ain't nothing but a big bum. And I'm going to get out of here right now, and I never want to see you again.
You can't get out of here too quick for me. And in case you don't know where the door is, come on. I'll open it for you.
You don't have to open it for me.
Listen to him fight.
Boy, listen to that. Yeah, the way they is going at it, they would have made an ideal married couple.
Join us again next week at this same time for the Amos and Andy Show, at which time Amos and Andy will have as their guest the motion picture comedian Miss Spring Byington. Our program is shortwave to our armed forces overseas, wherever they may be. We want to thank Lionel Barrymore for appearing with us tonight. Mr. Barrymore may be heard in his own radio program, The Mayor of the Town, over another network on each Wednesday evening for Rinso. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us and bidding all of you a pleasant good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen. Are you sure when it's orchestra? The singing glee with the smoothies three. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
It's Burns and Allen night at your house again. Fun and laughs with George and Gracie, and a hint on how you can laugh at old man warm weather. Serve Spam and vegetable salad. There's a cool, inviting meal you can summon to your table at a moment's notice. A meal that gives the family plenty to eat. Easy? Sure. Just open a can of Spam, spelled S-P-A-M, slice and put on a plate with the salad. Those juicy, tender slices of Spam really make the meal. Spam is grand-tasting meat with a flavor that's downright good. So ask your food dealer for Spam. Serve it tomorrow. Try those easy recipes on the label. Then you can vacation from the kitchen and have a good laugh on old man warm weather. And now for the stars of our show, those two Spam ambassadors of fun, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Gracie.
Hello, Bud. What do you think of the hot weather we've been having?
Oh, boy, I wish I knew how to keep cool.
Oh, I know what we could do, Bud. We can go down to the beach and sit in the sand, and I'll hold your hand, and you can hug me, and I can kiss you.
Oh,
and then
Gracie,
you can kiss...
will that cool us off?
No, but we may as well enjoy the heat, if you know what I mean.
I think he knows what you mean, and Gracie, quiet about the heat. The tourists might be listening.
Tourist? What's a tourist?
What's tourist?
Yes.
Look, Gracie, let's say you leave the studio, you cross Hollywood and Vine, you get on a bus.
Oh, it's impossible.
What's impossible?
To cross Hollywood and Vine.
All right, forget Hollywood and Vine. You get on the train in Los Angeles and you travel and travel and travel and travel. What are you?
Still in Los Angeles.
I'll try to explain what a tourist is again. I'm in the Brown Derby eating...
So what are you eating?
A chicken sandwich.
White meat or dark meat?
What's the difference?
$3.20.
Well, then I come out of the Brown Derby. There are people waiting out there with paper and pencils.
Are they waiting for you?
Yes. What are they?
Creditors.
It's still very warm, and as a matter of fact, it's getting hotter, Bud.
Well, George, if you're that warm, why don't you do what my brother does?
What does he do?
Well, he knows how to keep cool.
He does?
Yeah, every morning he spends 2 hours under a cold shower.
Well, how does he stand that?
He doesn't turn the water on.
Which brother is that?
Well, that's the one who's smarter than I am.
Oh, the half-wit, the tall one.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
The good-looking kid.
Yes.
The golfer.
Yes.
Yes.
The one who got his head caught in the Frigidaire.
His head got caught in the Frigidaire?
Well, yeah, you see, he didn't believe the light went out when you closed the door.
Well, of course, that's a nice way to keep cool.
No, I don't think so. That's a crazy way.
Bet it is.
The best thing to do is what my daddy thought of yesterday.
What's that?
Well, he attached an electric fan to his nose.
Attached an electric fan to his nose?
Yes.
Where's your daddy now?
Flying over Kansas City.
I really think I was better off with the tourist.
What's a tourist?
Quiet. Come in.
4 years in Harvard, and all I do is open and close doors.
Sound man, stop grumbling and open the door.
I'll do it, but my heart isn't in it.
Mr. Burns?
Yes. Mr. Burns, you've got a wonderful program, and I think you're great. And I've come all the way from New York to Los Angeles to get your autograph.
Well, you're just in time, mister. I've been trying to explain to Gracie what a tourist is. Now, if you came all the way from New York to Los Angeles and you want my autograph, what are you?
Your brother Willie, remember?
Just for that, go back to the hotel and take my suit off. Quickly. Sound man, these door slams that you give out each week are going to knock down the building.
Mr. Burns, Bing Crosby says, boo-boo-boo-boo. For that, he gets $10,000. Ted Lewis is everybody happy, $12,000. Jack Benny, terrific vocabulary. Instead of saying hello again, jello again, $20,000. I have translated into English the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics discovered on the tomb of King Herod III, covering the period from the Second Dynasty through the Peloponnesian Wars. And this is what I do for a living.
All right, right after the broadcast, I'll give you a gold star and a Tootsie Roll. And now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little are going to sing a very...
Señor Burns, con permiso, quiero decir una cosa, por favor.
Hey, guitar player. Senor Lee, what is it now?
There's one member in the orchestra who sings much better than the Smoothies. He is the greatest singer in the country, but he is too modest to tell you.
Who was that?
Me.
You're the greatest singer in the country?
You really think so?
So the Smoothies will sing...
Hey, George, I finally got it. Now, how could I have been so stupid? I know what a tourist is.
Well, good. What is a tourist?
Your brother Willie.
Gracie, a tourist is a person who travels from place to place and never stops.
Oh, Eleanor Roosevelt.
You guessed it. And now the Smoothies will sing...
¿Qué pasó? ¿No me vas a dejar cantar o qué? ¿Qué va a pasar?
Okay, Senor Lee, as long as you're such a good singer, come up here. I'd like to hear you sing. Introduction, Artie.
Not in the mood.
Well, he's not in the mood. Well, never mind. Artie, what are you going to play tonight?
A little French number entitled Le Pleuvoir d'Avril.
What does that mean in English?
April showers.
Why did you say it in French?
Well, Senor Lee doesn't like the number, and he doesn't understand French.
Why doesn't Senor Lee like April showers? Why, it's a beautiful number. When April showers will come your way home.
What's the matter?
Well, Artie, I suppose if Senor Lee doesn't like it, you'll have to play something else.
Yep, tonight I'm going to play Temptation.
Fine. Why he puts up with that Senor Lee is more than I can understand.
Say, George, you just don't understand the Latin people, that's all.
But you do, huh?
Well, I was in South America. I know exactly how they live. All night long, they sit under the moon and make love. And
they sit under the moon all night and make love?
Yeah.
What do they do in the daytime?
Well, they sit under the sun and cool off.
Artie, Temptation, please. That was Temptation by the #1 band of the nation. It's pretty cute. And really, Artie, I've never heard you play that number. I've never heard you play that number so well before. That was right.
Well, it's mighty nice of you to say that, George.
I really mean it, Artie.
Would you care to smoke a cigar with me?
Oh, I'd love to.
All right, I'll smoke it down here, and then you can have it.
Well, thanks, kid.
Said George, while I sure was doing his number, our costumes arrived for the kiddie party.
Oh, Gracie, are you and George going to a kiddie party tonight?
Look, Gracie, I'll go to the Coconut Grove because I love it. And I love Betty Dutchen's music. But I'm not getting into that Lord Fauntleroy suit. Some fun I had at the last kiddie party. I spent 10 minutes bobbing for apples.
And 20 minutes bobbing for your teeth.
That was a cute sight. All those grown-up movie stars with lollipops in their mouths.
Well, all of them didn't have lollipops.
No?
Joey Brown had a chocolate-covered shovel.
Kiddie parties. It's not bad enough that you have to go dressed up like 5-year-old rollicking Rollo. You've got to entertain with the tiny tot stuff. After all, I'm not exactly 5 years old.
You're not exactly 10.
Certainly.
Not exactly 20.
That's right.
Not exactly 40.
Quiet.
I can go on like this for years.
But don't. Just don't. But how old do I look to you?
Well, roughly, George, your face looks about 30.
There you are, Gracie.
But smooth it out and it looks at least 60.
There you are, George.
Not going to that kiddie party. They want you to entertain. What are you going to do, Gracie?
Oh, I know a very cute story. It goes like this. Story. Once there was a nice little boy, and he saw a little angleworm who had nobody to play with. And the nice little boy felt so sorry for the little angleworm that he took out his penknife and he cut the little angleworm in half, and then he said, "Now, little angleworm will have somebody to play with." That's my story.
That's very cute, but you see, I don't know any stories.
George, here's a little poem you can tell. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown. See Dr. Cowan, credit dentist.
I'm still not performing.
Well, George, look, here's one. Little Jack Horner sat in a corner eating a can of Spam. He stuck in his thumb and pulled out some meat, which is not only a pure pork product, but is a perfect blend of the choicest cuts, pork shoulder, the juiciest, sweetest meat, combined with ham meat, well known for tenderness and flavor, and said, "What a good boy am I."
Well, still not performing.
Well, George, why don't you do a little poem like this?
I don't want to hear it.
Good. I always use a dial phone. With me, it never fails. I never get my number, but it manicures my nails.
Gracie, I'm still not performing.
Mr. Burns, if you'll allow a sound man.
Allow it.
Here is a simple little poem which I recited when I was 6 years old. Poem. Species aromatic Rosa bacilli are red. Species genus Viola septuri are blue. C2H4O16 is a split carbohydrate. And so are you.
Oh. Why did you do that,
You think I ought to do that
I
one?
love that one.
Still not performing.
Senor Burns, I have a children's poem.
Well, keep it.
I'm a little wildflower, growing wilder every hour. Nobody tries to cultivate me. Caramba, do I smell.
Boy, look, I've got a TL for you. Forget the poems, and I'm not going.
Oh, but I've got a beautiful costume for you. A little short pants and a busted brown collar and a big bow and a little sailor hat. Oh, you look awfully cute.
Dapper, huh?
No, you're too old to wear dapper.
Oh, well, And now the Smoothies will sing Meet the Sun Halfway.
I think maybe I sing now.
Well, I think maybe I let you. And I hope you're in the mood. Introduction, Ollie.
Not in the mood.
Senor Lee, I don't think you ever sang in your life.
Que barbaridad. I sang Carmen in South America.
Well, I was there.
Quiet.
I can picture it now. There I am in the middle of the arena, the greatest singer in the world.
Oh, dressed like a toreador.
Thousands of people applauding. The lights dim down. I open my mouth.
And the bull rushes out.
Oh. Smoothies, the song.
hiding behind a pillow. Whenever the dawn looks gray, get up, come on, get out, and meet the sun halfway. There may be a fortune waiting, or maybe an ache to play. Get up, come on, get out, and meet the sun halfway. Get into the tub as you begin to rub and scrub. Give out with your version of the road to Mandalay. Don't ever expect the bright side served up to you on a tray. Get up, come on, get out, you're late, and meet the sun halfway. You had a good night, you didn't count sheep. Enough for that, going back to sleep. Hey, sleepyhead, don't you know what you're missing? Hey, sleepyhead, life can really be gay, so stop hiding behind a pillow whenever dawn looks gray. Get up, get out, get on your way, and meet the sun halfway. So there be a fortune waiting, or maybe an ache to play. Get up, get out, and meet the sun halfway. Get into the tub, and start to rub and scrub. Why don't you give out with your version of the road to Mandalay? Don't ever expect the bright side served up to you on a tray. Why don't you get up, get out, and meet the sun halfway? Come on, get up, it's sunny outside. Get out of bed, you're on the right side. You meet the sun halfway.
Smoothies, you did a grand job.
Oh, George, can I take the microphone for a second here?
Sure.
Excuse me, please. I got a little problem here. See, platter, scatter, fatter. Gosh, gee, platter, chatter.
My goodness, so what's the matter?
Well, I got another swell poem here, Gracie, except that I can't make the last line rhyme.
Oh, well, I'm good at that. Give me the test and I'll do my best. Oh, you see?
That's very cute. Hey, go ahead. In the good old summertime, have something just right when you dine. You'll make a hit with Spam on a platter. Well, that's where I'm stuck, Gracie. I need something to rhyme with platter.
Oh, that's easy, but listen. You'll make a hit with Spam on a platter. For real, you know, there's nothing better.
Nothing better. Not bad, Gracie, and thanks. That's what I needed to get me started on a swell suggestion for a grand warm weather meal. A Spam summer platter. Open a can or two of Spam, S-P-A-M, slice and arrange around a large platter. Next, a circle of luscious sliced tomatoes, then a ring of your favorite cheese sliced. Decorate the platter with crisp celery, radishes, olives, and raw carrots. With potato salad, iced tea or coffee, and a simple dessert, you bring to your table a perfect summer meal. Just wait until Dad and the youngsters taste those juicy slices of Spam. Delicious meat that pleases every appetite because Spam is meat with a hearty He-Man flavor. You'll like it, too, because Spam is so easy to use. Ready to eat just as it comes from the can, Spam is always handy because it keeps without refrigeration. Serve a Spam summer platter soon. Ask your food dealer for Spam when you shop tomorrow and try the easy recipes on the label. Then you'll discover that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Smoothies, that was really swell.
See, George, I saw all the costumes for the Kiddie Party tonight, and Georgie Jessel's wife's costume is the prettiest.
It is, huh?
Yes. Oh, it's very cute. She's going to wear little bobby socks and a little baby bonnet and a little white play dress and a blue sash on it.
Probably be very happy in a thing like that.
Well, she should be. It was her wedding gown.
Well, it's too bad, Gracie. I won't be able to see the dress.
Why?
We won't get there until after 9, and Mrs. Jester will be home before that.
Oh, doctor's orders?
No, the curfew law.
Curfew law?
Yes.
What's that?
It's a law that's just been passed in California. It's for the protection of juveniles.
Who are they?
Before you were 18, what were you?
17.
According to the new curfew law, if you're under 18 and you're out after 9 o'clock, an officer comes up and serves you with a writ.
Just me?
No. If your brother is out, the officer comes up and serves him with a writ. And if his brother is out, he serves him with a writ. Now, do you know what it is?
Yeah, the Ritz brothers.
The only one who can explain a law like this to you, Gracie, is a jurist. But you don't even know what a jurist is.
I do, too.
What's it yours?
You cross Hollywood and Vine, you get in the bus, and you think it's your brother Willie. It turns out to be Eleanor Roosevelt.
Look, curfew is a thing that's impossible to explain to an idiot.
Mr. Burns, I think I can explain it to you.
Well, thanks, Soundman. Thanks, oodles. I'll admit I haven't had a college education, so no matter what you're explaining, you're wasting your time because I can't understand it. So go back to your door.
Peasant.
That's what I do for a living. How did I get mixed up in a thing like this?
No, none of this would have happened if you put on your kitty costume in the first place.
All right, I'll go off stage and put it on right now. And I'll leave it to the rest of the cast and see if it doesn't look silly.
All right, well, come right back.
Yes, I'll be right back.
Oh, Bud, I wish you were going to the party.
Yeah, so do I.
It's going to be a swell party. Mickey Rooney is going to bring Ann Sheridan and Charles Boyer.
That's a funny thing. If Mickey Rooney is bringing Ann Sheridan with that new curfew law, Mickey will have to be home by 9 o'clock.
Yeah, or else he'll be arrested for arson.
Arson? Gracie, arson means burned up.
Oh, if you had to leave Ann Sheridan at 9 o'clock, you'd be burned up, too.
Well, it sure is tough on these kids with these curfew officers, but, boy, I'd give anything to go to the party.
Well, I've just got 2 tickets for the Kiddie Party. One is George's and one is mine. Oh, wait a minute. George is getting dressed up as a baby. We can phone the curfew officer. He'll take George home and put him to bed, and you and I can go to the party.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, why didn't I think of that? Oh, dear. Who knows the number of the curfew officer?
Well, I think it's a rotten trick you're playing on as nice a fellow as George. The number is Gladstone 1131.
Oh.
Well, I'll go and call him.
But now, don't forget, everybody, when George comes in, tell him how nice and young he looks.
Okay.
Uh-oh, here he comes.
Here I am. Dad.
Oh, how are you, little boy? Where's your mama? See, George, that's how young you look. I didn't know you.
Oh, stop. Artie, how do you like me in my kitty costume? When I walked in, did you notice my rattle?
Yeah, you ought to get your joints oiled.
Just for that, I'll take my Shirley Temple doll and fracture your skull.
That's a nice bow you've got on your hat, George.
Thanks.
It's a nice bow. It's a nice bow you have in your legs.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, but you shouldn't say things like that about George.
Thanks, Chrissy.
Legs like his are few and far between.
Pardon me, but I got a call from a Mr. Heaston. Oh, so I guess you're the little girl, or boy. What a cute little boy, and what a cute outfit. How old are you?
Uggle, glubble, glubble.
My, you look older than that.
All right, so I'm uggle, glubble, glubble and a half.
A little 5-year-old boy smoking cigars?
Yes, and I dink, too.
What?
I dink.
Oh, George, you can speak plainer than that.
Well, come along with me, my little man.
I can't. I gotta go to a party at the Coconut Grove.
I'm the curfew officer.
We're gonna have a lot... Wait a minute, brother. I happen to be a very old man. Mister, did you ever see a 5-year-old with a face like mine?
Yeah, I came in second yesterday at Hollywood Park.
I don't know who framed this, but all I know is that I'm not going to any kiddie party. Here, Gracie, you can have the ticket.
Oh, thanks. Oh, come on, curfew officer. We're going to a party.
Well, Gracie, are you going out with that curfew officer? What about me?
Well, you can go with him next week.
I'll go to the party, Miss Allen, but I'll have to take you home by 9 o'clock.
Oh, I'm over 18.
But I'm not.
Well, that's fine.
Bueno, entonces, ¿qué pasó? ¿Siempre voy a cantar o no?
Artie, what does the senor want now?
Now he's in the mood to sing.
Well, all right, come down here and sing.
What is the audience in the mood?
Audience, are you in the mood?
They're not in the mood.
Well, all right, senor. Don't sing and don't bother me and don't come back next week.
Senor Burns, that did it.
Oh, you're going to quit?
No, now I'm in the mood.
Una vez más
te pido yo que me perdones, te pido que no me abandones, ¿qué hago sin ti? Una vez más quiero besar tu linda boca, ciego de amor y pasión loca que siento por ti. Yo tu belleza no la olvido, pues es difícil de olvidar. Tu nombre siempre lo bendigo, aunque tú me hiciste un gran mal. Te pido una vez más, quiero besar tu linda boca, ciego de amor y pasión loca que siento por ti. Ole, 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 una vez más. Ole, 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 una vez
George and Gracie have asked me to suggest you try a Spam summer platter at your house real soon. You'll like the delicious, meaty flavor of Spam, the way it satisfies husky appetites. So just open a can of Spam, slice this grand-tasting meat, and let it headline a platter of tomatoes, cheese, crisp celery, and favorite summer fixins. That's the easy way to good, warm-weather meals. Ask for Spam, S-P-A-M, when you shop tomorrow. Try the simple recipes on the label.
Thank you, Bud. Gracie, say good night.
Oh, good night. Oh, say, George, Senorita's song made me feel so romantic. I feel like kissing somebody.
Well, how about kissing me?
Well, pucker up your lips.
Well, they're puckered. Well?
Not in the mood.
Good night.
Listen in again next Monday night, same time, same station, for George Burns and Gracie Allen with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies, brought to you by Hormel and Spam. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Good night.